LoveLore Library. Chapter 757. After breaking through to become a sky sorcerer, Yunxing concentrated part of her magical power on her back and a pair of magical wings appeared on her back. Finally, I don't have to fly with Puffed Egg's ugly wings anymore. Yunxing sighed. Her words caused the Puffed Egg strong dissatisfaction. Becoming a sky sorcerer was a threshold for a sorcerer on the mainland. After becoming a sky sorcerer, a sorcerer would be able to use magic more freely and even touch the threshold of profound magic. After Yunxing broke through, she realized that her sensitivity towards magical elements had greatly increased. Yunxing scanned her surroundings again and realized that there were also many skeletons in this stone chamber. Some of them had even died beside the magical crystals. Although magic crystals were good, one could not be too greedy. Those who had successfully defeated the Black Tortoise warriors had probably absorbed too many magic crystals in one go after entering the stone room due to their greed. Their bodies had exploded and they had died in the surroundings. She looked around and looked at the blood crystals. She could not digest so many Beast King blood crystals alone. It would be a waste if she just left them here. Yunxing thought of her magical beasts. After all, these blood crystals were Beast King blood crystals and could be used by her magical beasts. About an hour passed just like that. The blood crystals in the tomb of the unknown Beast King had been swept clean by Yunxing and her little magical beasts. Yunxing had a few jade boxes with her and collected 10 of the best quality blood crystals. The rest were all absorbed by her magical beasts. Among them, the Puffed Egg absorbed the most blood crystals. Just the Puffed Egg alone had absorbed 20 blood crystals. Moreover, it seemed that the Puffed Egg liked the blood crystals very much. If Yunxing had not stopped it, it would have continued to absorb the blood crystals. After absorbing the blood crystals, the rest of the demonic beasts experienced different levels of advancement. Among the magical beasts Yunxing currently possessed, from low to high, they were the 9th grade Xiaohei, the low-level commander-level 100-legged ant general, the mid-level commander-level night demon queen, the high-level commander-level elven little queen, and the Puffed Egg of unknown grade. Apart from Bobo, the other magical beasts had all advanced. The 100-legged ant general had advanced to mid-level commander while the night demon queen had also broken through to high-level commander. However, the ones who changed the most were the little elven queen and Xiaohei. Ever since the little elven queen woke up, she had the appearance of a little lowly. After absorbing 4 celestial fox blood crystals, she had grown up quite a bit. She was now a 13 or 14-year-old girl, and her rank had also increased to the early stage of the king stage. As for Xiaohei, her transformation was even greater. Her body was originally larger than a normal dog, but now, she had grown to the size of a calf. From the looks of it, she was actually comparable to the wolf form of Green Fong from the Green Nether Wolf tribe. After collecting all the celestial fox blood crystals, Yunxing walked out of the stone room. The black martial artist warriors walked back into the stone room, and the stone door closed once again. What a pity. It's a pity that I don't know how to control them. Otherwise, I would have really picked up a treasure by having these warriors. Yunxing looked at these black martial artist warriors. For some reason, she felt that the way these black martial artist warriors were controlled was very similar to the way Yi Baiming used to control the demon martial artist warriors. The first door was closed. Yunxing had to break through the second door. According to the number of skeletons, this time, Yunxing chose the north door. After the north door opened, Yunxing waited for a moment. However, this time, the north door was not like the south door, where no monsters came out. Yunxing walked through the north door curiously. Behind the north door was another stone room. However, there were no celestial fox blood crystals or anything else in this stone room. In the middle of the stone room, there was a magic scepter. There were 8 magic soul stones inlaid on the magic scepter. This meant that this was the magic scepter of a deity. Yunxing could not help but hold her breath. Although it had been 5,000 years, this magic scepter was still in good condition. Other than a few traces of dried blood on the scepter, the entire scepter was almost completely intact. The 8 soul stones were also in good condition. This was a magic scepter with a perfect configuration. The scepter itself was made from the bones of an unknown 1,000-year-old magical beast. The first soul stone was already a 500-year-old soul stone. As for the 8th soul stone, it looked like a super magical beast soul stone that was tens of thousands of years old. Yunxing could not help but swallow her saliva. For any mage, this was a magic scepter that they dreamed of. This was also the same reaction that all mages had after seeing this magic scepter. Step by step, Yunxing approached the magic scepter. She held the magic scepter in her hand and wanted to pull it out. However, just as Yunxing held the magic scepter, the last soul stone at the top of the magic scepter lit up. A pink smoke spurted out from the soul stone. Yunxing only felt her body stiffen. Beneath her feet, petrified inch by inch. Oh no! This magic scepter was set with an earth element petrification spell. However, as soon as the puffed egg approached, the magic scepter spurted out another pink smoke. In an instant, the puffed egg was petrified into a stone egg. Yunxing was very anxious. In just a moment, her lower body had already turned into stone. The petrification was still spreading. If this continued, she would be completely petrified in another 15 minutes. Sweat trickled down Yunxing's forehead. Pink smoke. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. She immediately took out the Millennium Ice Zither from the orc language ring. She shook the zither strings. Like flowing water, the sound of the zither flowed out from Yunxing's fingers. Knowing that the power of the magic scepter was not to be underestimated, Yunxing used the last bit of magical power she had left and played the 6th chapter of Dihong. As she played the zither, Yunxing suppressed the fear in her mind and recalled the demon-sealing zither that the dark gold-ranked teacher had modified for her. When the two were combined together, the sound of a war song filled with courage. Amidst the sound of the zither, Yunxing only felt that the fear in her heart from earlier was disappearing bit by bit. Woo woo woo, my dearest master. A terrifying cry sounded in her ears. Yunxing came back to her senses. She realized that the puffed egg was really flying around her non-stop. Her tears flowed like a river. The puffed egg was in the stone room, jumping up and down. Suddenly, it realized that its master was holding the magic scepter and did not move for a long time. It wanted to pull at her but was repelled by the power of the magic scepter. Just as the puffed egg was crying in fear, Yunxing suddenly took out the ice zither and played the Dihong song. Only then did the terrifying illusion of the magic scepter dissipate. Yunxing looked at her lower body. There was no longer any petrification. Yunxing put down the ice zither and broke out in cold sweat. It turned out that the petrification just now, including the petrification of the puffed egg, was just an illusion released by the magic scepter. Chapter 758. If Yunxing had not recalled the pink smoke at the last moment, which was somewhat similar to Hu Linglong's pink skull array, and suspected that she had fallen into the celestial fox people's illusion spell, she would have really lost her life here. She looked at the magic scepter again, which was still stuck in the ground. This illusion spell was also an illusion spell like Hu Linglong's pink skull array, but it was more terrifying than the pink skull array. The pink skull array would at most make people become muddle-headed and indulge in wine, women, wealth, and arrogance, unable to extricate themselves. However, the petrification spell contained in the magic scepter could scare people to death. After breaking the petrification spell, Yunxing finally saw the situation in the stone room clearly. The whole stone room was actually filled with piles of white bones. Without exception, the white bones were all crawling beside the magic scepter, trying to grab the magic scepter. Human nature was greedy. All the mages who entered this stone room only saw the perfect magic scepter, but they did not expect that this magic scepter could not be controlled at all if one did not have enough strength. The magic scepter itself did not have any power, but the petrification spell it contained was really powerful. These people were all scared to death in the fear of being petrified. Don't be greedy. I'm afraid that only its owner can control this damn magic scepter. I almost died here. This thing is really harmful. Yunxing sighed and pulled out the magic scepter. Unexpectedly, as soon as she pulled out the magic scepter, a floor tile on the ground loosened. Yunxing was curious and moved the floor tile with the magic scepter stuck in it away. Under the floor tile, there was a hidden compartment, and there was a very old-looking magic scroll in it. Pop Pop, Master, it records a voodoo spell of the celestial fox people called the corpse puppet spell. Puffed Egg read the magic scroll. The corpse puppet spell was one of the oldest voodoo spells of the celestial fox people. The conditions to practice the corpse puppet spell were extremely harsh. It had to meet 3 conditions. Firstly, the cultivator must be of the celestial fox people's bloodline. If an outsider were to cultivate it, his soul would definitely explode and he would die. Secondly, the cultivator must have a firm mind, or else it would be easy to be controlled by the shaman puppet and devour the soul. Thirdly, the trainee must be a summoner. Only when all 3 were satisfied could the corpse puppet technique be carried forward. After Yunxing finished reading, she thought to herself that this corpse puppet technique seemed to be tailor-made for her. She just happened to satisfy all 3 of them. It was as if everything was predestined. Oh. Could it be that the patriarch of the celestial fox people who built this tomb of the celestial fox people was also a dark magician? Yunxing discovered that the corpse puppet technique was indeed extraordinary after reading the magic scroll. It was called corpse puppet, which meant that it was very different from modern hypnotism. However, it was much more powerful than hypnotism. Not only could it control living people, it could also control dead objects. In some cases, it could even instigate a summoner's magical beast to rebel. After comprehending the magic once, Yunxing decided that she would practice on those black tortoise-level warriors after leaving this place. Yunxing immediately committed the corpse puppet technique to memory. After storing the magic scroll into the beast speech ring, Yunxing also kept the magic scepter. If there were no surprises, this magic scepter should belong to the patriarch of the celestial fox people. Yunxing wanted to go deeper into the celestial fox tomb. Yunxing had a premonition that she might need to use this magic scepter on her journey. Yunxing left the stone room and returned to the south gate first. She used the corpse puppet technique on those black tortoise-level warriors. To her surprise, the corpse puppet technique was effective after just a little bit of use. These black tortoise-level warriors without intelligence immediately became Yunxing's subordinates. Yunxing stored all 6 black tortoise-level warriors into the beast speech ring. She arrived at the last gate, which was the east gate. The gate seems a little different. After opening the 3rd gate, the 4th gate, which was the last gate, changed. A fox appeared on the gate. Although it was only carved on the gate, the carving was lifelike. It had thick fur and a pair of eyes that were as vivid as a human's. This fox was different from the usual fox magical beasts. It walked upright and had a graceful posture, vaguely resembling a young girl. However, what caught Yunxing's attention the most was that the fox on the gate actually had 6 tails. Yunxing had long heard that the length of magical beasts. Some magical beasts' heads, tails, and even the number of limbs represented their bloodline and strength. For example, Yunxing's Xiaohei was once a 2-headed dog. Its grade was much higher than the usual canines. There was also the 100-legged ant general. After it absorbed the celestial fox blood crystal, its cultivation level increased greatly. Its original 100-legged body evolved into more than 120 legs. The cubs of the celestial fox people were born with only one tail. However, as their cultivation level increased, especially when their Dharma soul became stronger, they would grow a new tail. The secret passage to the tomb of the celestial fox should be behind this gate. Yunsheng was nervous. The last gate opened. Once the gate opened, a heavy smell wafted out. Compared to the other gates, the last gate had been sealed for a longer time. Yunsheng did not know that she was the only person in the 5,000 years since the tomb of the celestial fox was built to enter the last gate. Even some of the pure-blooded celestial fox descendants who came to the tomb of the celestial fox could not survive the petrification illusion behind the third gate. Behind the last gate was another stone room. In the stone room, there was a statue. It was a statue of a woman. When one looked at it, they could not help but hold their breath. It was the celestial fox people's statue. It was a woman whose age could not be determined. She had the beauty of a young girl and the dignity of a married woman. Her hair was beautiful, and her figure was well proportioned. Although it was just a statue, the woman's face was beautiful and her beautiful eyes were vivid. It was unknown who had carved this statue. However, it could be seen that the person who carved this statue must have admired this woman very much. He had portrayed the woman's charm very well. Even a layman like Yunxing could not help but be attracted by this statue when she saw it. However, what surprised Yunxing the most was that this woman looked very similar to her mother, Hu Jiuxing. In other words, this woman looked very similar to Yunxing. It was just that she looked slightly older than Yunxing. However, although the woman was beautiful, there was a trace of sorrow between her brows. She looked to the east as if she was hoping for something. She did not have a magic scepter in her hand. She is the chief of the celestial fox people? Yunxing saw a stone tablet on the left side of the statue. This is the tomb of the chief of the celestial fox people, Hu Yan. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass into the tomb of the celestial fox. Otherwise, they will be subjected to the 8 wilderness beast blood curse and their souls will be destroyed. The chief of the celestial fox people was called Hu Yan. From her appearance, she might even be related to Yunxing and Yunxing's mother, Hu Jiuxing. Chapter 759. Keep looking and see if you can find the exit to the tomb of Celestial Fox, Yunxing urged Puffed Egg. Yunxing had been transported in by a magic array, so there must be an exit here. Night Fox was probably going crazy with anxiety. Pop pop, Master, it says here that if you want to find the exit, you must first find the Celestial Fox Sarira. Puffed Egg's words disappointed Yunxing. The Celestial Fox Sarira was also where most of the cultivation of the Celestial Fox people's leader, Hu Yan, was located. But in such a large tomb, where should she go to find the Celestial Fox Sarira? Yunxing looked around, and there seemed to be a voice in her heart telling her to walk to the front of the statue. Yunxing took out the magic scepter. This originally belonged to Hu Yan, and it was time to return it to its rightful owner. When the magic scepter was returned to Hu Yan, the Celestial Fox people's leader, Hu Yan, changed. A soft light emitted from Hu Yan's forehead, and a raindrop-shaped crystal floated out. The Celestial Fox Sarira was the most precious treasure of the Celestial Fox people. It contained the cultivation of the strongest leader in Celestial Fox history, Hu Yan. Yunxing did not expect that she would obtain the Celestial Fox Sarira when she entered the tomb rashly. The Celestial Fox Sarira fell into her hand, and Yunxing felt a burst of warmth. Whether it was the Sarira or the Celestial Fox statue, Yunxing felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if she had known this woman of the Celestial Fox people for a long time. The Celestial Fox Sarira spun in Yunxing's hand for a moment, and then suddenly burrowed into Yunxing's palm and disappeared. Oh no, what's going on? Yunxing was shocked and quickly looked at her palm. Her hand was fine, but the Saraira had disappeared, as if it had been swallowed by her body. But her body did not feel anything strange. The Saraira had completely disappeared. After the Heavenly Fox relic disappeared, a cracking sound came from under the statue of the Heavenly Fox clan leader, who mo below the originally motionless statue, a black hole that could accommodate one person appeared. A passage. Yunxing was overjoyed. She quickly jumped into the black hole and left the tomb of the Celestial Fox. At the same time, Yi Baiming was on the verge of madness within the Heavenly Fox burial ground. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find the whereabouts of Yunxing. Yi Baiming had tried all kinds of methods, even the unicorn's binding magic, but he could not find the whereabouts of Yunxing. This feeling was as if Yunxing had disappeared. An unprecedented fear, a fear that he might lose Yunxing forever, was like a viper, entangling Yi Baiming. His heart, which had always been calm, was in chaos. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were dyed with a layer of red light. This damned restriction, where exactly did it hide Yunxing? Like a lone wolf who had lost its lover, Yi Baiming angrily roared. Damn it, give her back to me. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were bloodshot, and he had a bloodthirsty impulse. The duki in his body was like a candle flame blown by a gale, wildly pulsing. Bang! A punch landed heavily on the restriction of Celestial Fox's tomb. A repulsive force came from the restriction, and Yi Baiming's hand was fiercely repelled. The Celestial Fox restriction was set up by the most powerful patriarch of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Yan. Its power, even after 5,000 years, had not decreased in the slightest. The restriction reflected Yi Baiming's duki back to him, but Yi Baiming did not care about this at all. He roared, knelt on one knee in the direction where the magic array had disappeared, and punched heavily. When that punch landed, black scales appeared on Yi Baiming's left arm. Punch after punch, the restriction of the entire Celestial Fox's tomb shook. That terrifying duki, accompanied by a terrifying duki, actually affected the entire Dutian blood seal. The few people guarding outside the Celestial Fox's tomb, including He Linlin, Lu, Celestial Fox, Hu Linglong, and Rita, all felt the terrifying duki erupting like a volcano. The murderous aura above the Dutian blood seal began to twist, causing the entire seal to tremble. What's going on? Bang! 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 The Dutian blood seal became even more unstable. Cracks began to appear on the Celestial Fox's restriction. The situation inside could be vaguely seen from outside. They only saw a tall man half kneeling on the ground, and his fists repeatedly smashed into the Celestial Fox's restriction. Give her back to me. The man's desperate roar was like a tidal wave, endless and unending. He Linlin's heart shook when she saw the man's arm. Lu couldn't help but rush towards the Celestial Fox's restriction. He didn't see Yunxing. Could it be that something happened to Yunxing? The Celestial Fox's restriction became more and more unstable. Under the influence of Yi Baiming's duki, the entire restriction was constantly twisting and changing. The magic fluctuations inside were also becoming weaker and weaker. Crazy, this person must be crazy. He wants to destroy the Celestial Fox's tomb. Hu Linglong's face was pale with fright. The Celestial Fox's restriction was becoming more and more unstable, as if it would collapse at any time. If the Celestial Fox's restriction was destroyed, the Dutian blood seal would inevitably suffer heavy damage. However, the Celestial Fox's tomb would also collapse. Hu Linglong still hadn't found the Celestial Fox's Saraira, so she couldn't sit back and watch Yi Baiming destroy the Celestial Fox's tomb. However, Hu Linglong couldn't enter the restriction. She could only watch as the restriction disintegrated inch by inch under the crazy man's fist. Heavens, what kind of monster is that? He actually destroyed the Celestial Fox's restriction, which is known as the strongest magic restriction. Rita, the descendant of the Baymang clan, said with her mouth wide open. Rita remembered that she almost fought with that monster man earlier. She thought that the strength of that guy was higher than her. Boom! Yi Baiming punched heavily again. His fist was no longer in shape. His skin burst and his flesh was badly mangled. However, he still didn't feel any pain. In his ears, there was a sound like glass shattering, followed by a series of gasps. The Celestial Fox's restriction was actually broken by brute force. Yi Baiming, you're crazy. You'll hurt yourself like this. He Linlin rushed forward, wanting to help Yi Baiming. However, just as her hand touched Yi Baiming's hand, the latter fiercely flung her hand away. Yi Baiming slowly stood up. You! He Linlin clearly saw Yi Baiming's appearance at this time. She couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Baiming's eyes had turned blood red, as if something was blocking his eyes. There was no focus in his eyes at all. He looked like a blind man. He couldn't see or hear anything. At this time, Yi Baiming only wanted to find Yunxing. Where is Yunxing? Damn it, why didn't you take good care of her? Ignoring the strange gazes of the crowd, Lu rushed forward, grabbed Yi Baiming's collar, and questioned him sternly. Where is she? Yi Baiming only repeated this sentence, as if he was in a dream. Without her, even if he stood at the top of the world, what could he do? This is the bonus for everyone's monthly votes for this month. 50+1 update. Chapter 760. Suddenly, Yi Baiming roared and slammed his shoulder into Green, sending him flying. It's you. You're the ones who caused Yunxing's disappearance. I'll kill you all. He roared at the sky, his throat emitting a bestial roar. That roar was very special. It sounded like a dragon's roar, but also like a tiger's roar. His voice spread far and wide. When the nearby blood cloud beasts heard this roar, they were so scared that they didn't dare to move. Around his body, fighting aura danced like swords. In his eyes, there was nothing but killing intent. The murderous aura in the surroundings surged toward Yi Baiming like a cat that had caught the scent of blood. As the murderous aura increased, the fighting aura on Yi Baiming's body also increased. Beast blood berserk. Catch him first, he's gone mad. Green was alert. He also noticed that Yi Baiming's beast blood berserk was different from ordinary people. However, how could Yi Baiming hear this? He released the battle aura on his body crazily and attacked them. Don't hurt him. I want this man. He Linlin had a strange expression. It seemed like she was pleasantly surprised, but also afraid. The four of them rushed forward and used all kinds of magic and battle skills. However, how could Yi Baiming be so easy to capture? With the help of the blood qi, although he was in a frenzy, the do qi on his body was becoming more and more vigorous, continuous and difficult to deal with. The do qi in his body seemed to be inexhaustible and inexhaustible. The do qi that entered his body burst out again. For a moment, the sky was dark and the earth was dark. At this time, Yunxing had already left the tomb of Celestial Fox. She didn't know that Yi Baiming had fallen into an unprecedented state of danger. After Yunxing entered the black hole, she groped around until she saw a glimmer of light. Then she climbed out. We're finally able to see the light of day again. I really thought that we would be trapped to death in there. Yunxing Gang sighed emotionally. Why are you alone? Where did that arrogant man go? Behind him, a cold voice sounded. Yunxing turned around and saw that not far away, Qinya of the Green Nether Wolf tribe and a pack of ferocious blood crystal wolves were looking at her with green eyes. Earlier, Yunxing and Yi Baiming had suddenly disappeared. In order to prevent them from exposing the matter of the Beast King relic, the 8 Desolation descendants had split into 2 groups. He Linlin, Lulu, Rita, and Hu Linglong entered the Dutian blood seal in the core area. Purple, Green Tooth, and the others headed to the middle of the Dutian blood beast world to intercept them. Qingya led his wolf pups to search the entire way, but they failed to find Yi Baiming and Yunxing. Just as he was about to turn back, the wolf pups discovered traces of Yunxing. Yunxing also did not expect that the secret passage of Celestial Fox's tomb would lead directly to the middle of the Dutian blood beast world. It looked like she had already escaped. But she did not know how Yi Baiming was doing. TSK, I remember now. Earlier in the middle, it was you who killed dozens of my blood crystal wolves. Qingya felt that Yunxing looked familiar. After thinking carefully, he remembered that she was in Lan's team. He had a deeper impression of Yunxing. Although she was not strong, the way she killed the wolves was very tricky. The Green Nether Wolf tribe belonged to the middle level of the 8 Desolation tribes. They were one of the more powerful magical beasts. But in terms of magical beasts, the wolf tribe was not the most powerful among the magical beasts. As warriors of the wolf tribe, whether it was hunting enemies or catching prey, they were very particular about technique. That was why Qingya noticed Yunxing. When she hunted the wolf pack, she was completely using technique. I remember now. Aren't you that little puppy who fled after being beaten by Sister Lan? Yunxing also noticed that there were a large number of blood crystal wolves around. It looked like there would be a fierce battle soon. Puppy. You dare to call me a puppy? Human, you must be tired of living. I am from the noble Green Nether Wolf tribe, Qingya said fiercely. Yunxing noticed that his wounds had already healed, and his abilities seemed to have improved compared to before. It had only been a day or so. How did his abilities seem to have improved so much? Yunxing could not help but be shocked. However, after thinking about it again, Yunxing understood. Green Nether Wolf tribe. Isn't that one of the famous 8 Wastelands tribes? Could it be that you are a descendant of the noble Green Nether Wolf tribe, and those people just now are also descendants of the 8 Wastelands like you? Yunxing pretended not to understand. She had long suspected why the descendants of the 8 Wastelands would gather in the Dutian blood world after so many years. There must be a conspiracy. This wolf tribe member called Qingya, although his abilities were not bad, but one look and one could tell that he was a simple-minded person. Compared to that He Linlin or Hu Linglong, he was much more stupid. If she wanted to get to the bottom of this, she had to think of a way from him. Yunxing's prediction was right. Although Qingya's abilities were outstanding, he was after all a wolf tribe member. The number of times he interacted with the human tribe was too few, and he could not guess Yunxing's intentions. Yunxing's words of famous and noble made Qingya very happy. In addition, Yunxing was beautiful and her abilities were very ordinary. Qingya could not help but underestimate her. At least you have some eyesight. I am the son of the Green Nether Wolf tribe's chief, Qingya. Those people just now were the direct descendants of the other 7 tribes. Qingya was immensely proud of himself. So you are the young chief Qingya. No wonder your abilities are outstanding. You entered the Dutian blood beast world to search for the Beast King Sarira. Could it be that the Beast King Sarira has some special function? Yunxing took advantage of Qingya feeling good about himself to pursue the victory. Yunxing unconsciously took a few steps closer. Her pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be able to hook souls as she looked at Qingya. She had just learned the corpse puppet technique. Qingya was also lucky to be in time to be Yunxing's first test subject. Qingya was completely unaware that he had already been controlled by Yunxing's corpse puppet technique. When he relaxed, he actually unknowingly revealed the secret of the descendants of the 8 barons gathering in the Dutian blood beast world. I didn't think that there would be people in the human race who know about the Beast King Sarira. That is, as long as we find the Beast King Sarira, we, the Bakra orcs, can restart the Dutian secret. Chinya was about to reveal the secret of the Beast King Sarira. Chinya, you idiot. Chinya was about to say something when he suddenly shouted, Chinya, you idiot. Z of the D clan, after a wave of magic fluctuations, suddenly appeared in the magic array. Z was also looking around for the whereabouts of Yi Baiming and Yunxing. After feeling a wave of magic fluctuations, he rushed over. Coincidentally, he saw Chinya being bewitched by Yunxing. In a daze, he was about to reveal the secret. Chinya's cultivation level was very high. Yunxing had not learned the corpse puppet technique for long. Zi's shout immediately woke Chinya up. Realizing that he had almost revealed the secret of the tribe, Chinya was angry and resentful. Crafty human. I'm going to have my wolf cubs tear you into shreds. Chapter 761. Purple was much more astute and cautious than Chinya. He could not help but suspect that this female magician's strength was very ordinary, but why did she not show any fear when facing him and Chinya? She did not even have the slightest intention of running away. Z remembered clearly that this female sorcerer's behavior was very different from ordinary humans when they were by the Crimson Moon River. She didn't save anyone and was so cold that she didn't seem like a woman. Z didn't agree with killing Yunxing. He could see that Yunxing was very important to the man named Yi Baiming. That man had entered the Qilin tomb earlier and probably already knew the secret of the Beast King Sarira. He had to catch these two humans in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if the secret was leaked, the plan that the Bakra orcs had painstakingly planned for many years would be ruined. There was another reason why Z didn't want to kill Yunxing. He had to capture Yunxing alive. This was because when he and Green split up to look for Yunxing and Yi Baiming, Green suddenly called out to him before they left. Green, who had never begged anyone, begged him for the first time. If he met that woman named Yunxing, he had to keep her alive no matter what. Z remembered Green's expression at that time very clearly. There was a hint of pleading in his pain. Z didn't recognize that kind of Green. Z couldn't help but think of his teasing of Green earlier. He was afraid that his unintentional words at that time had become the truth. Z actually fell in love with this human woman. Z didn't like Yunxing. Or it could be said that Z hated women. He didn't understand what had gotten into Green. Why would he fall in love with a human girl? But in the face of his good friend's pleading, if Z didn't do it or let someone hurt Yunxing, Green would definitely hate him for the rest of his life. In desperation, Z decided that he had to capture Yunxing alive no matter what. Your companions are not here. I advise you to surrender. Violet did not notice Yi Baiming. Violet had a particularly deep impression of Yi Baiming. Not only because Yi Baiming made He Linlen look at him in a new light, Violet also felt that Yi Baiming's aura and strength were very shocking. Whether he's here or not, I won't surrender. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Two men bullying a woman. Or are you saying that two beasts are bullying a woman? Yunxing looked relaxed and provoked them. Human, I forgive you for being a woman. I'll give you one more chance. Surrender yourself, or else. Z's handsome face was so angry that it changed color. He suppressed his anger, but before he could finish his threat, Yunxing suddenly smiled. Otherwise, you'll kill me. These words make me so flustered. What should I do? I've never liked being threatened. Those who threaten me, there's only one outcome, and that's... Yunxing deliberately kept them in suspense. What's that? If you have something to say, say it quickly. Chinya was already a little impatient. Those who threaten me, there's only one outcome, and that's... No. Fine. Fine. Die. Yunsheng had just finished speaking when she suddenly leaped up. A pair of magic wings appeared on her back. What? Zi and Qingya were both shocked. They originally thought that Yunsheng was just a saint magician. Who knew that she was actually a sky magician? What surprised Zi and Qingya even more was yet to come. Just as Yunsheng leaped up, a magic array appeared below her. Within the magic array, a black figure flashed out like a ghost. Magic beast. You're a summoner. After sensing a magical wave, Zi realized that Yunsheng was actually a summoner. That's... Qingya was even more shocked. He pointed at a magic beast that had just come out of the summoning array as if he had seen a ghost. It was a black dog that was as big as a calf. Although it was called a dog, it was more ferocious than a wolf. What kind of magic beast was that? Even Qingya and Zi, who were born in the Bakra orcs, could not tell what level this black dog that was more ferocious than a wolf was. But one thing was certain. The level of this black dog was definitely not inferior to Qingya. In other words, its bloodline was comparable to the Green Hell Wolf tribe. As soon as the black dog appeared, the nearby blood crystal wolves could not help but kneel on the ground. The situation was exactly the same as when they saw the Wolf King. That kind of power was comparable to Qingya's. It's just a magic beast. Do you think that it can let you escape? Qingya was still disdainful. Even if this magic beast's level looked high, at most, it could only be a draw with him. Did this woman really think that his wolf pups and Zi were dead? One had to know that Zi was the most brilliant sorcerer in the D clan in the past 1,000 years. His attainments in light magic were comparable to those old sorcerers in the Boundless Land. With him around, Qingya was not afraid even if he was seriously injured. Who said that I only have one magic beast? Yunsheng said slowly. When Purple and Qingya heard this, they did not understand what Yunsheng meant. They also noticed that Yunsheng's summoning array was still emitting magical waves. They saw that another magic beast had appeared. This time, the magic beast that appeared was much smaller than the black dog from before. But, when Zi and Qingya saw the magic beast clearly, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. The Ant Clan. It was actually the Ant Clan. It was a magic beast the size of a puppy. The Ant Clan's body was densely covered with legs, looking like a centipede. Everyone said that the Ant Clan was the most insignificant existence among the magic beasts. But Zi and Qingya, who were descendants of the Bakra orcs, knew very well how terrifying the Ant Clan was among the magic beasts. Although the ants were small, they were sharp enough to cut through gold. The Ant Clan was the race with the largest population and the strongest reproductive ability among all the magic beasts. Their overall strength was not strong, but if anyone provoked a commander-level demonic ant, the consequences would not be as simple as dying without a complete corpse. The two of them had already recognized that the Ant Clan member that crawled out of Yunsheng's magic array was a genuine commander-level demonic ant. This kind of demonic ant was very rare even in the continent where the Eight Desolate tribe was located. It was a kind of ancient demonic ant. Human, don't think that you have to. Green Tooth held on with all his might. However, the tone of his voice was clearly lacking in confidence. Wait, there seems to be another magic beast. Even Zi, who was known as the Calm Emperor, was tongue-tied and could not speak clearly. Because he was speechless when he realized that Yunsheng's summoning array still showed no signs of disappearing. There was another burst of magical light shining in the magic array. This time, it was a delicate figure that appeared. A girl of 13 or 14 years old jumped out of the magic array. The girl had a head of golden hair, and her body was overflowing with strong elements of the water spirit. Continue to update. Chapter 762. As soon as the golden-haired elf girl came out, she shouted at Yunxing proudly, "Master, you're biased. You always let other little beasts come out and show their faces. Sister Night Demon promised me that this time, no matter what, it has to be my turn to appear." Yunxing had a headache. She originally planned to summon the Night Demon Queen and end the battle quickly. Who knew that the little elf queen who wanted to show off would come out and interfere? Purple and Green Tooth were completely speechless. This was too heaven-defying. Since when could the elf race also be controlled by a summoner? Furthermore, that elven girl was clearly a king-level existence among the elves. Commander level, and king level. All of them were at the commander level. What was going on? In this day and age, were high-level magical beasts all rotten cabbages? There were so many of them that they could be found all over the streets. They watched as the summoned beasts appeared one by one, and each of them was even more powerful. Purple and Green Tooth's eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. This world was too mysterious. Who exactly are you? Why do you have so many magical beasts? Purple squeezed out a complete sentence with great difficulty. The shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. A summoner, even the high priest in the tribe, could not summon so many magical beasts at once. However, Yunxing could. Purple could not help but be in awe. Could it be that the summoners in the boundless world had developed to such a terrifying extent in the past 5,000 years? Yunxing was only a few years old, but her magical beasts were undoubtedly top-notch existences. Yunxing of Zhou State. Yunxing smiled, and the two dimples at the corner of her mouth were unusually vivid. The moment the smile appeared, Yunxing's face was filled with murderous intent. With a thought, several magical beasts leaped up. It wasn't that they hadn't seen summoners before. They had seen many summoners who were of a higher level than Yunxing, but none of them could summon several magical beasts at once like Yunxing did. Xiao Hei was the first to activate its Devour the Heavens combat skill. It raised its head and let out a terrifying howl. In an instant, the world lost its color, and the entire sky darkened. Amidst the darkness, the centipede ant general had already launched its attack. It summoned a swarm of ants to surround the wolf pack while viciously spraying balls of venom at Green Fang. As the wolf clan's young patriarch, Qingya had always been the one who forced others to stomp their feet. When had it ever been like today, being forced to jump around on the ground by some ants? But he couldn't do anything about it, because the little elven queen who loved to see the world plunged into chaos had also joined the battle in the air. She danced lightly in the air and kept shooting ice spells at Green Fang and the wolves behind him. Once hit by the ice spells, the blood crystal wolf's body stiffened and turned into an ice sculpture. Xiao Hei pounced and the ice sculpture was torn into pieces. Although Green Fang was agile, but he couldn't resist the entanglement of so many magical beasts. In a moment of carelessness, he was shot in the arm by the little queen. The blood vessels in his arm immediately coagulated and more than half of it was frozen. What Green Fang couldn't stand the most was that as a summoner, Yunxing was actually calmly flying in the air at this moment. She didn't even use magic and just moved her lips at the slightest provocation. Xiao Hei, bite his butt. Little queen, aim a little more accurately. It's best to freeze his ooks so that he can't do it. Ant General, use your venom to spray him. Let him injure a few elite camp students. Damn, Green Fang was so angry that he almost vomited blood and fell to the ground. His dou qi also dissipated a lot. Green Fang, calm your mind and don't be impetuous. Although Purple was intimidated by Yunxing's magical beasts, he quickly regained his composure. He began to chant, and a holy light appeared on his body. A light element healing magic fell on Green Fang's arm and the ice immediately receded. Even the previous wound was healed. Green Fong only felt that his mind was clear and all the depression and irritation that had long been swept away. He roared and the Do Chi that had already dissipated condensed again. He swept away Xiao Hei with his foot. Only then did Yunxing stop joking around. Purple's light magic seemed to be almost the same as Xiaowenchu's. No wonder it was said that whenever there was a light magician on the battlefield, the first thing to do was to obliterate the light magician. It's just that Purple of the D clan was obviously different from those weak light magicians on the continent. He obviously also noticed Yunxing's intention. Although he was not good at attacking, he was outstanding in concealment. Yunxing ordered him to surround and attack several times, but he easily evaded. Yunxing, I've changed my mind. No matter who you are, you must die today. Purple realized how wrong his previous understanding was. He thought that only people like Yi Baiming could be a match for the descendants of the Eight Desolates. But now it seemed that this young girl named Yunxing was also not to be underestimated. She was cunning and good at concealment. If this person continued to grow stronger, one day, she would become one of the most terrifying beings on the boundless continent. He had to take advantage of the fact that she had yet to fully mature, or in other words, her magical beasts had yet to mature, and kill her first. Green, I'm sorry. This time, even if you want to hate me, I will kill this human girl. Purple raised his magic scepter and a ball of light appeared in his body. Yunxing noticed that a Saraira had appeared on his chest. Under the effect of the Saraira, Purple's body was gradually changing. Green Tooth watched from the side and was also shocked. He did not expect Purple to have the intention to kill this human girl, to the extent that he did not hesitate to use the power of Lord D. Saraira to kill her. Purple Saraira was the Saraira he found when he entered the Tomb of Truth. Under the effect of Lord D. Saraira, Purple transformed into his original form. It was a dazzling unicorn covered in golden fur. Its limbs were strong and powerful, and its body was tall. Under the light of the Saraira, Purple's body was still changing. Gradually, the golden fur on its body turned red. Red blood unicorn. Yunxing's eyebrows twitched. She suddenly realized that the D clan of the Bakra orcs was the Unicorn clan. Once Violet's transformation was complete, she would transform into the Unicorn of Slaughter, the Scarlet Blood Sovereign King. Yunxing had experienced the power of the Red Blood Unicorn. Moreover, Purple's strength was originally above the Red Blood Unicorn. It seems that we can only fight to the death. Yunxing was awe-inspiring. A red and blue magic fluctuation was brewing in her hand, and the profound lightning vortex was slowly forming. At this critical moment, a roar like that of a trapped beast came from the direction of the Dutian blood print. That was. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. Tonight, I'll write and publish a chapter. I've done my best. Everyone's rewards and monthly votes, muadada. Chapter 763. Yunxing was 100% sure that it was Yi Baiming's voice. Even though they were separated by hundreds of miles, Yunxing immediately sensed that something was wrong with Yi Baiming. Why did his voice sound so sorrowful and upset? Yunxing's emotions were unsettled. She wanted to immediately contact Yi Baiming, but Yi Baiming, who had already sunk into a frenzied state, could not sense Yunxing's consciousness at all. Her heart was in a mess. Purple, who was in the midst of transforming, also stopped. He also heard that proud and aloof voice that carried despair. At the same time, the D-King's relic in his hand also became restless. In Qingya's storage belt, the Qingming relic also emitted an uneasy cry. The uncontrollable sense of uneasiness in Yunxing's heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Yunxing's heart was no longer filled with killing intent or scheming. Her ears were only echoing with Yi Baiming's roar. Just a moment ago, Yunxing felt an unprecedented sadness and despair from the unicorn's horn. That sadness and despair came precisely from Yi Baiming. Almost unconsciously, Yunxing immediately activated the binding spell and disappeared. This is. Purple returned to his human form. He looked at the magical wave produced when Yunxing left with a strange expression. Qingyue did not sense it, but Purple did. What Yunxing used just now was actually the D clan's legendary binding spell. Because she had the light unicorn's horn, if Yunxing and Yi Baiming encountered any danger, the light unicorn's horn would send out a warning. Her few summoned beasts also disappeared. F*CK, who said that the younger generation of the boundless continent is all trash. Those old fellows from the beast god altar, are their eyes muddled by cow shit? I don't want to fight with that female summoner ever again. She's too perverted. Greentooth could not help but curse. Originally, he thought that it would be a little sheep that he could pinch and flatten at will. Who would have thought that it would be a tigress in sheep's clothing? She was 100 times more ferocious than the Wolf King. The surroundings were filled with wolf bones that had been gnawed clean by the centipede ants. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Qingyue had never encountered such a tragic situation before. Greentooth's situation was also very bad. He was in a sorry state. The situation isn't good. A human expert has entered the Dutian blood print. I'm afraid our plan this time is going to be exposed. Quickly go and meet up with them. I'll be there in a moment. Zixin stared in the direction of the Dutian blood print. Both of them could feel many powerful auras entering the Dutian blood beast world. Qingyue's expression wasn't too good either. Although the number of powerhouses in the human race had dwindled in recent years, there were still some exceptional powerhouses that they couldn't match up to now. Before leaving, the Great God Palace had warned them not to alarm the human race no matter what, and to quickly find the Beast King Saraira. However, Qingyue and Hu Linglong had disobeyed the Great God Palace and insisted on teaching the human race a lesson. In the end, they had caused such a huge mess. After Zixin's warning, she disappeared. The vexed Qingyue also calmed down. He raised his arm and called for the blood crystal wolves that hadn't died yet to follow him. They rushed in the direction of the Dutian blood print. The ground was littered with wolf bones and rivers of blood. At this time, the Dutian blood realm was like hell on earth. Even the most ferocious blood cloud beasts didn't dare to enter this area. After Qingyue and Zixin had left, not far away, an ordinary-looking rock suddenly moved. It slowly transformed into a human shape, into Feng Tian's appearance. Feng Tian's face was pale. Looking at the scene of devastation, he was extremely shocked. Feng Tian, Chen Lian and Lu Tongtian didn't get along. In a moment of anger, he acted alone. Originally, Feng Tian was still full of ambition. He thought that even if he had to rely on himself, it was completely possible to rescue the hostages. Who knew that not only did he not find the hostages' whereabouts, but he also got lost in the blood beast realm. 24 hours passed in a flash. Just when Feng Tian thought that he had no choice but to give up and leave this place, there was a strange movement in front of him. Feng Tian quietly used the earth element magic that he had just learned in the magic forest to conceal himself. This kind of magic could turn a person's body into a stone. Moreover, the person's aura would also disappear without a trace. Back then, Feng Tian also wanted to teach Chen Lian a lesson, so he randomly chose a magic. He didn't expect that it would come in handy this time. He saw Yunxing suddenly climb out from the ground. She had just appeared when Qingyue from the Green Nether Wolf tribe discovered her. Feng Tian didn't make a move to help Yunxing. He planned to hide at the side and wait for the two to fight to the death. Then, he would make a move to kill Yunxing and capture Qingyue. At that time, all the credit would belong to him. He could also take the opportunity to eliminate Yunxing. Feng Tian was certain that Yunqing absolutely could not be Qingya's match. Who knew that at the last moment, Yunqing would transform into a summoner and summon many commander-level magical beasts that made Feng Tian tremble with fear. It was only today that Feng Tian understood the meaning of Yi Baiming's warning when he was in the Heaven's Wings arena. Yunqing was the biggest obstacle to him becoming the #1 person in the continent's elite camp. After entering the magic elite camp for so long, everyone, including Feng Tian, had always thought that Yunqing was only a magician proficient in medical skills. Who knew that she was also a powerful summoner? The battle just now was still vivid in his mind. The magical beasts that Yunqing summoned were something that even Qingya and the others couldn't handle, let alone Feng Tian. He had always mocked Yunqing for being a good-for-nothing. He didn't expect that this good-for-nothing would have such terrifying strength. What genius! What kind of genius was Feng Tian? In front of Yunqing, he was not even a speck of dust. Feng Tian felt very desperate. He stood there in a daze, unable to move. His complacency, his arrogance, all of it had been polished away. Time passed little by little. There was not much time left before the 24-hour. As the wind blew, Feng Tian noticed that the place where Yunqing had suddenly appeared earlier was a dark cave. Earlier, Zi and Qingya hadn't paid attention to that cave. Feng Tian thought for a moment, then jumped into the black hole and crawled forward. After crawling for more than half an hour, Feng Tian felt his eyes light up. In front of him, he was already in an unfamiliar tomb. This is... After Feng Tian's eyes adapted to the light, he looked around and his gaze fell on the human-shaped statue at the side. He was shocked and suddenly remembered a reminder that the Skywing City Lord had given him when he was in Skywing City. Enter the core area of the Dutian world and open the Beast King's tomb. As long as you absorb the magic blood crystal in the Beast King's tomb, you will become an unparalleled super magician. Feng Tian was ecstatic. He suddenly understood that he must have entered a certain Beast King's tomb. Magic blood crystal. He had to find the location of the magic blood crystal as soon as possible. Chapter 764. About a few hours ago, just as Yunqing left the tomb of Celestial Fox, the second elder unexpectedly received news from the students sent by Yunqing. He learned that the Dutian blood world had changed, and several powerful descendants of the Ba Huang had appeared in the core area of the blood world. After the second elder learned that the situation was not good, he sent a second request for reinforcements to the elite camp. Coincidentally, the Ghost Prison's first elder was worried about Yi Baiming, who had entered the blood beast world to find blood crystals, so he led a group of mentors and magicians to come. Before the Ghost Prison's first elder arrived, the second elder of the elite camp had already arrived at the Crimson Moon River. The people sent by Yunqing had already explained that the two team leaders, Lan and Lu Tongtian, were ambushed by the descendants of the Ba Huang and were seriously injured and needed treatment. Not long after the second elder's arrival, the injured Lan, Lu Tongtian, and the others, under the escort of Qi and several other students, also found the second elder. After knowing the whole story, the second elder harshly reprimanded Lu Tongtian and Blue. As the leaders of the magic elite camp, the two of them were actually fighting over personal feelings at a time like this. This made the second elder very disappointed. After the second elder's treatment, Lan and Lu Tongtian's injuries were no longer serious. Seeing that they were all right, Qi wanted to enter the middle area of the blood beast world to find Yunqing, but was stopped by the second elder. The 24-hour was about to pass. Whether it was Chen Lianer or Yunqing, according to the agreement, should have withdrawn. There was still no movement in the blood beast world. At this moment, the great elder of the Ghost Prison rushed over with several mentors of the Continental Magic Elite Camp. Seeing the first elder of the Ghost Prison, the second elder's anxious face had a touch of surprise. With the Ghost Prison around, the crisis this time would most likely be resolved. what's the situation? The first elder of the ghost prison met Ting Lei Gang on the way here, and had already learned some news from him. Who would have thought that even the two great elders of the magic elite camp would not be able to resolve this crisis? After the abnormal movements in the Dutian blood world, the relay station had issued an announcement that it was forbidden to enter the blood world again. They had also organized a search and rescue team to find those who were still outside the blood world. Ting Lei Gang and the others were still searching for the missing disciples of the elite martial artist camp. As for Yi Baiming, Ting Lei Gang said that he had never seen him. The ghost prison's great elder understood that Yi Baiming must have entered the Dutian blood world by himself, and it was even possible that he had already encountered the descendants of the Eight Desolates. The situation is not good. Earlier, the fourth elder and a few of my students had already entered, but they were ambushed. The captains of the two teams were injured and sent out. The fourth elder hasn't come out yet, and the whereabouts of the other students are still unknown. The second elder looked at the hour. It had already been 24 hours. There was no news of Yunxing, Chen Lianer, and the others. Even the fourth elder had not returned. This made the second elder even more worried. Who knew that as soon as the second elder's voice fell, a five-colored cloud flashed in the sky? Not good, it's that strange five-colored cloud again. It's that strange cloud that took away a lot of people earlier. The second elder was alert. When the ghost prison's great elder heard this, he also looked alert. Who knew that this time, after the five-colored cloud rushed out, it did not attack again? On the contrary, a human voice came from above. Second elder, don't do it, it's one of us. The two elders then knew that this five-colored cloud turned out to be an empty ship. The five-colored empty ship slowly landed, and some fox guards came down from it. However, they looked dull and could not distinguish between friend and foe. As soon as they got off the empty ship, they were subdued by the students. Those students who had been kidnapped for a few days came down and told the whole story to the two elders. After listening, the ghost prison's great elder could not help but praise the courage of the female magician who sneaked into the empty ship. The second elder was frightened. Wasn't Yunxing's guts a little too big? When Lan heard it from the side, she could not help but be shocked. She secretly thought that in the entire continent's magic elite camp, only Yunxing dared to do this. In that case, even she only dared to ask for help from the camp. Yunxing, with her cultivation, dared to only take 2 students to save people. This Yunxing was too reckless. But at least, she succeeded in saving dozens of students, and her merits outweighed her mistakes. The second elder counted and found that only 1 student had his magic soul sucked away. The others were not injured, but they were a little frightened. After comforting them, they felt a little relieved. Along the way, did you see the fourth elder? The second elder asked again. Those students said that they did not see him. On the other hand, the student that Yunxing had sent back to report suddenly said, reporting to second elder, Captain Yun had sent 2 people to deliver the message earlier. There was also another student who went to find fourth elder. Hearing the student's explanation, the second elder immediately understood what was going on. He understood the fourth elder's temper. He must be worried that the descendants of the 8 wastelands would do something to the Dutian blood seal. He must have gone to check the Dutian blood seal first. At this time, Gufeng and Qi, who had been waiting for a long time, did not see Yunxing. They were a little anxious. By the way, where is Yunxing? As soon as the empty ship landed, the guards of the Celestial Fox people were controlled, but they did not see Yunxing. Where is Yunxing? She did not see Yunxing on the empty ship. A few of the kidnapped students told Qi that not long after the empty ship took off, the Celestial Fox people saw through it. Yunxing and 2 other students got off the ship to stop the enemy. When they heard that there were 7 of them, and that all of them were magicians of sky rank or above, Gufeng and Qi's hearts sank. They understood that under such circumstances, Yunsheng and the other two students were most likely dead. Second Elder, take care of these students who were just rescued. I will lead a few teachers into the Dutian blood beast world. When we just arrived, we felt strange movements in the direction of the Dutian blood seal. It is very likely that the Bakra orc's target is the Dutian blood seal. The ghost prison's first elder was also selfish. He did not care about the lives of the students of the mainland's magic elite camp, but his precious disciple Yi Baiming was now in the Dutian blood seal. The ghost prison's first elder hoped that Yi Baiming would not encounter any descendants of the 8 wastelands. Otherwise, if that kid was agitated and turned into a beast, it would be troublesome. Ghost prison's first elder, I will go with you, Qi volunteered. I will go with you too, Gu Feng also volunteered. They were all very worried about Yunsheng's safety. In the end, the ghost prison's first elder weighed the pros and cons. He saw that Qi's cultivation was not bad, so he was only willing to take Qi and a few teachers. They anxiously rushed to the core area of the Dutian blood beast world. Chapter 765. Near the Dutian bloodstains, the fourth elder had already cursed in his heart dozens of times. What a fucking trap. How could the students be so strong these days? Just as the second elder had guessed, the fourth elder had decided to go to the Dutian bloodstains after learning about the Dutian bloodstains' activities. He wanted to find out why the bloodstains had suddenly appeared near the Dutian bloodstains. The fourth elder was not worried. What kind of waves could these mere 8 descendants of the 8 desolates cause? This was because the toughness of the Dutian blood seal was not something that 8 immature beasts could break. At that time, the fourth elder was only a few miles away from the Dutian bloodstains. If he had successfully reached the Dutian bloodstains, perhaps everything would have been different. Yunsheng wouldn't have entered the tomb of Celestial Fox, and Yi Baiming wouldn't have thought that Yunsheng had met with a mishap and suddenly gone crazy. On the way, the fourth elder was ambushed by a few powerful magic matrices. Fortunately, the fourth elder was proficient in magic matrices and avoided being captured. The fourth elder and the other students didn't expect that Green, who was proficient in all kinds of magic matrices, had set up a large number of magic matrices in this area as soon as they entered the central area of the Dutian bloodstains. If an ordinary student encountered these magic matrices, they would only end up being captured. However, if they encountered a magic matrices expert like the fourth elder, they wouldn't be captured, but they would be delayed. The fourth elder wasted a few hours. By the time he escaped the magic matrices ambush and entered the Dutian bloodstains, he happened to see Yi Baiming and the bloodstains fighting. At that time, Yi Baiming was in a half-beast state. His clothes were tattered, and his limbs were like a beast's as he crawled on the ground. His body was covered in black scales, and he looked terrifying. His eyes were bloodshot, and the 4 bloodstains were forced to retreat. At first, the fourth elder thought that it was a descendant of the 8 desolates. He was shocked that this person's strength was not to be underestimated. However, a student beside him pointed out that the half-human half-beast was the disciple of the ghost prison's great elder. That student had coincidentally participated in the trial in Sky Wing City earlier, so he still recognized Yi Baiming. After learning that Yi Baiming was the favorite disciple of the ghost prison's great elder, the fourth elder could not sit idly by. Yi Baiming, I am the fourth elder of the magic elite camp. Seeing Yi Baiming in such a crazy state, the fourth elder was afraid that something bad would happen to him and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. However, Yi Baiming didn't recognize the fourth elder at all. As long as someone approached, he would treat them as an enemy and launch a new round of attacks. The fourth elder hurriedly used his magic shield to block, but the moment his magic shield collided with Yi Baiming's fist, it shattered. The fourth elder was so scared that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The appearance of the fourth elder made the 4 descendants of the 8 desolates breathe a sigh of relief. God knows, at this time, they would rather meet the elder of the magic elite camp than face Yi Baiming. Hey Lin Lin didn't want to hurt Yi Baiming, so she asked the other three to hold back. However, Yi Baiming didn't appreciate it at all. Every move he made was fatal, and all kinds of combat skills were extremely tricky. Under the situation where they couldn't use the beast god's magic and combat skills, the four descendants of the 8 desolates used all their skills, but they could only barely stay undefeated. They thought that as long as they exhausted Yi Baiming's fighting chi, they could stop him. Who would have thought that after fighting fiercely for several hours, Yi Baiming didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue, and his moves were still biting cold. Yi Baiming didn't hear the fourth elder's voice at all. At this time, he was like an evil spirit from hell. Destruction and killing were his everything. His eyes were bloodshot as he forced the students to retreat. Just when the fourth elder was helpless, the ghost prison's great elder appeared in time. Baiming, when the great elder rushed over with several mentors, he saw Yi Baiming's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was bathed in blood, as if he had walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Destruction and killing controlled his last trace of reason. Seeing this, the great elder released his fighting chi and stepped forward to stop Yi Baiming. He thought that after fighting for several hours, Yi Baiming's strength must be exhausted. Who would have thought that with a shake of his shoulder, he avoided the great elder's restraint? His eyes flashed strangely. Behind him, the evil spirit in the Dutian blood seal continuously poured into his body, spontaneously replenishing the fighting chi in his body. Yi Baiming's strength recovered, and like a hungry wolf, he pounced on the great elder and threw a punch. The ghost prison's great elder didn't expect Yi Baiming's strength to be so amazing. Although he had already activated his fighting chi armor to try to block, it was shaken by his punch, and the fighting chi armor was broken open with a big hole. The ghost prison's great elder lost his balance and retreated a few steps. Ghost prison's great elder, everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect Yi Baiming to be crazy to this extent under the effect of the beast blood berserk. Even his mentor, the ghost prison's great elder, was forced to retreat with one punch. In everyone's eyes, Yi Baiming at this moment was like a blood-soaked god of death. Anyone who blocked him would be destroyed. The only thing we can do now is to kill him, the fourth elder said coldly. He immediately ordered the 4 mainland magic mentors who came with the ghost prison's great elder to stand up together. After the second elder hurriedly sent a request for help to the elite camp, the great elder selected 4 elements magic mentors to go with the ghost prison's great elder. These 4 elements magic mentors were quadruplets. Their appearance and body shape were exactly the same, but the magic they learned was completely different. They were water, earth, wind, and fire respectively. When these 4 different types of magic interweaved together, they would form a special combination magic called the 4 elements magic net. This kind of magic net could imprison a person's body, causing them to be unable to use magic or battle chi for a short period of time. Ghost prison's great elder, you can see the current situation. Yi Baiming's situation is not optimistic. If this continues, more students will be killed. The fourth elder winked at the several magic mentors. The 4 magic mentors jumped out and chanted. Magic fire, bind. Magic wind, freeze. Magic water, trap. Magic earth, collapse. Red, green, blue, and yellow magic light entangled Yi Baiming's limbs, temporarily imprisoning Yi Baiming's figure. Yi Baiming, who was bound, let out a roar. However, those 4 strange magical powers were truly strange. He was at a loss for what to do at that moment. Ghost prison's great elder, if it's time, please do it immediately. The fourth elder's face was heavy, but he wanted the ghost prison's great elder to do it himself. The ghost prison's great elder's face was full of anger. You want this old man to personally kill his own disciple? Chapter 766. Ghost Prison's Great Elder, it's not that I'm forcing you, but Yi Baiming has already sunk into a state of madness. You've also seen that he doesn't recognize anyone now. Even if his biological parents were standing in front of him, he would still kill them without mercy. The fourth elder's face was filled with grief. Even though Yi Baiming was a member of the continent's warrior elite camp, the magician elite camp and the warrior elite camp were originally connected. As an elder, he knew very well how rare it was to have an outstanding student. Furthermore, Yi Baiming's talent could no longer be described as simply outstanding. An 18-year-old martial emperor. With such talent, who in the entire continent could compare to him? However, Yi Baiming was still too young in the end. He had mistakenly entered the Dutian blood seal and absorbed too much baleful blood aura. He was countered by the baleful blood aura. If he continued to sit by and watch, he would completely demonize in the end. If it really reached that point, perhaps even the Ghost Prison's Great Elder would not be able to control him. How could the Ghost Prison's Great Elder not know about the Fourth Elder's words? The Ghost Prison's Great Elder struggled in his heart. Yi Baiming was the one with the most indifferent temperament among all his students. However, to the Ghost Prison's Great Elder, he was also the most special one. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder and Wushuan Limitless Building's deputy head instructor, Qi Tian, had a good personal relationship. Yi Baiming was personally recommended by Qi Tian. In Qi Tian's recommendation letter, Qi Tian had once mentioned Yi Baiming's background. He said that he was a child with an indifferent temperament. However, this was all because he was born in the imperial family and his mother had died early. Qi Tian had recommended him to the continent's warrior elite camp in the hope that he could temporarily break away from the whirlpool of power struggle in Zhou State and raise his cultivation to another level. He hoped that the Ghost Prison's Great Elder would treat him as his own child and carefully nurture him. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder had indeed done so. He eliminated all objections and allowed Yi Baiming to practice martial arts and cultivate according to his temperament. He also taught Yi Baiming everything he had learned. That was because he believed that Yi Baiming would be able to bring his battle skills to greater heights. He would also be able to lead the elite camp of the continent to greater heights. After Yi Baiming broke through to Martial Emperor, the Ghost Prison's Great Elder saw even more hope. However, this sudden change made the Ghost Prison's Great Elder have no choice but to stand on the opposite side of his own student. There were countless questions in the Ghost Prison's Great Elder's heart. What exactly happened that made Yi Baiming, who had always been cold and heartless, to have such a change? Ghost Prison's Great Elder really couldn't bear to kill him with his own hands. However, the Fourth Elder was still aggressive. Ghost Prison's Great Elder, the Four Elements magic net cannot hold on for much longer. We must kill it as soon as possible. You can't kill him. As soon as He Linlin heard that the continent's elite magic camp wanted to kill Yi Baiming, she immediately stood up. Who are you? Ghost Prison's Great Elder asked. It doesn't matter who I am. They all say that the human clan is despicable and harms their own kind. He is affected by the blood qi, so you want to kill him. Humph, you're really stupid. If you can't save him, you can give him to me. He Linlin's face was full of confidence. She had already seen that Yi Baiming had a very mysterious and powerful force. That force, if used properly, was likely to be used by the Bakra orcs. Since the human clan couldn't tolerate him, she was happy to take him away. I'll save his life. Yunxing pushed the crowd and rushed out. When he saw Yunxing, Abandon couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly walked forward. Yunxing acted as if she didn't see Abandon and went straight to the Ghost Prison's Great Elder. Abandon couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. After Yunxing heard the warning from the unicorn's horn, she rushed over. Looking at Yi Baiming, who had fallen into madness, Yunxing's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. What was going on? What happened after she and Yi Baiming were separated? Yunxing, step back. There is no room for you to speak here. The fourth elder reprimanded. A freshman student, who had just made a meritorious service, wanted to interfere with the elder's decision. It was really presumptuous. I'm a doctor. I know his current situation very well. He just can't control his beast blood frenzy properly. I can help him recover. Yunxing gritted her teeth. Looking at Yi Baiming, who was controlled by the four mentors, Yunxing felt a dull pain in her heart. Is this true? The ghost prison's great elder looked as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Yi Baiming was the most valued student of the ghost prison's great elder for so many years. He had even thought that as long as Yi Baiming could successfully integrate with the Kirin blood crystal this time, he would pass on his mantle to Yi Baiming. Killing Yi Baiming was a last resort. Fourth elder, we can't hold on any longer. Several mentors tried their best to hold on. Inside the magic array, Yi Baiming was like a trapped beast that could break free at any time. Within the Dutian blood seal, countless streams of fiendish blood qi surged towards him like raging waves. Believe me, I can save him. Yunxing took a deep breath. The Yi Baiming in front of her was no longer the Yi Baiming she knew. Yi Baiming should be black-bellied and cunning. Yi Baiming should be evil, but he should not be like this. I strongly disagree. No one can get close to him now. It's too dangerous. The fourth elder did not want to see Yunxing throw away her life. In the current situation, Yunxing still wanted to get close to him to save him. It was undoubtedly like a moth flying into a flame, risking her life. How will we know the result if we don't try? Yunxing gritted her teeth, and the needles on her fingertips flashed. She stepped forward and ordered the mentors in an indisputable tone, remove the magic array. The mentors hesitated. Remove it. Yunxing's eyes turned sharp, and a majesty that could not be ignored spread out from her body. The magic mentors only felt their souls tremble, and involuntarily put down their magic scepters. As soon as the magic array was removed, Yi Baiming regained his ability to move. At this time, he was like a beast, landing on all fours. His four limbs kicked, and he fiercely pounced on Yunxing. Yunxing did not dodge, and she rushed towards Yi Baiming. Yunxing, it's dangerous, come back quickly. Seeing Yunxing pounce on Yi Baiming, he was terrified. Come back. Green was also anxious and wanted to pull Yunxing back. Who knew that Yunxing did not care about anything, and with a flap of the magic wings on her back, she had already dodged everyone's attempts to stop her. Seeing the magic wings on her back, the elders of the mainland magic elite camp were stunned. Yunxing had also broken through. If they remembered correctly, Yunxing should have just broken through not long ago. How could she have broken through to become a sky mage so quickly? Seeing Yunxing pounce on Yi Baiming, everyone's hearts were lifted. Feeling that someone was approaching, Yi Baiming, who had fallen into madness, threw a punch towards the figure. In a daze, Yi Baiming heard a hurried call. Night Fox, wake up. That voice was so familiar and so warm. I tried my best, I can't even lift a finger. Although I did not achieve the expected results, thank you all. Good night. Chapter 767. A trace of confusion flashed across Yi Baiming's eyes. It was that trace of confusion that gave Yunxing the opportunity to hug him tightly with her soft arms. She did not care about the half-beast scales on his body, nor did she care about his body that reeked of blood. There was no fear in Yunxing's eyes, only absolute trust. She knew that Yi Baiming would not hurt her. A familiar fragrance wafted into his slightly stiff arms. Feeling that strange warmth, Yi Baiming's body stiffened. Yunxing's hand instantly circled around his neck, and the needle hidden in her hand accurately pierced the back of Yi Baiming's head. The moment the tip of the needle pierced through, Yi Baiming's mind roared. The layer of red light in his eyes gradually dissipated and returned to gray. The black scales on his arm faded away. He firmly hugged the person who had pounced on him, and his rapid breathing became steady. He greedily breathed in the familiar and warm scent of the woman, and stroked her soft hair. The feeling of regaining what he had lost caused Yi Baiming's heart to sink inch by inch. If possible, he did not want to let go of the person in his arms for the rest of his life. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were filled with tenderness. "You're back." Yunxing nodded gently. The murderous aura around him disappeared without a trace in an instant. The murderous aura that had surged wildly towards him could no longer get close to him. Yi Baiming hugged Yunxing tightly. Her soft body exuded a fragrant scent. It was Yunxing. She was fine. She was fine. His chaotic heart had never been so calm before. Yunxing pressed against Yi Baiming's chest. Feeling his violently heaving chest, her heart softened bit by bit. Everyone watching from the sides trembled with fear. The descendants of the Bakra orcs were also shocked. Especially He Linlin. She did not expect that Yunxing had such a great influence on Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming was like a blood-soaked god of death just now. But at this moment, he had become an ordinary person. An ordinary man who was immersed in the joy of regaining what he had lost, and looked at his lover with the most gentle eyes. He Linlin was crazy with jealousy. She envied Yunxing, and she also wanted that man's most attentive gaze. Green was dazed as he looked at the shy Yunxing. Although her face was full of anger, her blushing cheeks and the way she gritted her teeth were so glaring to the eyes. "Ahem, Baiming, you don't look very elegant like this." Elder Ghost Prison saw that his disciple had returned to normal. He was happy, but he could not help but frown. Yunxing only noticed now that Yi Baiming's upper body armor had been completely destroyed due to the fierce battle earlier. His upper body could be said to be completely naked. She did not care about anything else and rushed forward to hug Yi Baiming. Now, everyone was looking at her as if she had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms. But Night Fox was still hugging her tightly and did not let go. "Let go. It's so embarrassing." Yunxing was very embarrassed. She could imagine that the people behind her must be commenting on her bold actions. "What? You were the one who threw yourself into my arms. Don't worry, I want to hug you for a while longer, in case you disappear again. If you're afraid of being embarrassed, don't raise your head. I'll take you away." Yi Baiming did not care at all. A devilish smile appeared on his face again. He became the Yi Baiming that Yunxing hated and loved at the same time. However, Yunxing was more used to this Yi Baiming. With a grab of his arm, he lifted Yunxing into his arms. Yunxing imagined the countless ambiguous gazes behind her. She simply followed Yi Baiming's instructions and buried her head like an ostrich, refusing to raise her head. Now, Yunxing was buried in front of Yi Baiming. She did not know what the others were saying, but her mind was in a mess and she could not think clearly. She did not notice at all that when Yi Baiming walked out of the crowd with her in his arms, there were several jealous gazes in the crowd. Watching Yunxing walk further and further away, her head resting on Yi Baiming's body, Qi and Lu could not help but feel sad. He Linlin clenched her fists, her pink face full of anger. Yi Baiming's crisis was resolved. The Ghost Prison's elder breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did the Ghost Prison's elder remember that in the Dutian blood seal, there were still some descendants of Bakra orcs. He Linlin and the others were more or less injured. The 8 of them were fighting against the Ghost Prison's elder as equals. The Ghost Prison's elder looked at the 8 young men and women in front of him. These people were the most outstanding descendants of the Bakra orcs. If they were killed, the Bang tribe would suffer heavy losses. To kill or not to kill? Similarly, the descendants of the Bang tribe were also looking at the ghost prison's elder. The killing intent gushing out from the ghost prison's great elder's eyes was also seen by them. Seeing the ghost prison's elder's murderous intent, Lu walked out and pretended to bow respectfully. Ghost prison's elder, don't try to kill us. You should feel that the Dutian blood seal is now very unstable. If it is not repaired, it will collapse in a few days. The ghost prison's elder frowned. What Lu said was not wrong. An important part of the Dutian blood seal, the celestial fox seal, was forcibly broken by Yi Baiming, and a corner of the blood seal collapsed. In this way, the power of the blood seal was greatly reduced. At this time, if they fought fiercely with the descendants of the Bang tribe, it was likely to cause the blood seal to collapse further. If the Dutian blood beast world collapsed, the entire Wuji continent may face the attack of the magical beast army. The most important thing now was to find a way to repair the Dutian blood seal. I have a way to fix the blood seal. What is your purpose in entering the blood beast world? Be honest and I will be lenient. Otherwise, I don't mind sparring with you. The ghost prison's elder looked coldly at these descendants of the Bang tribe in front of him. The ghost prison's elder had to admit that the talents of these young men and women of the Bang tribe were indeed better than their peers in the Wuji continent. Lu, however, smiled slightly with a harmless face. Ghost prison's elder, if we don't tell you, are you really going to use your seniority to suppress us? If this matter is spread out, I'm afraid it will attract criticism. Humph, in front of a great enemy, for the future of the Wuji continent, I am not afraid of being ridiculed. The ghost prison's elder's old face reddened, and he was also choked by Lu's words. Ghost prison's elder need not be angry. The Dutian blood seal is very unstable now. I think elder should not sit by and watch the Dutian blood seal be destroyed. For the benefit of both sides, why don't we calm down and have a good talk? Lu looked very young, but his tone was rather experienced. It was obvious that he was very shrewd. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? The ghost prison's elder was very dissatisfied with Lu's nonsense. In fact, Lu and the others could only be considered as juniors. If they wanted to negotiate, it would have to be the few old fellows of the beast god altar. Based on our hands, and your people. Lu clapped his hands, and a few beast race guards brought out a group of people. Chapter 768. The captives that Green brought out were Qin Lian, and the sorcerers that followed her. Fourth Elder's face turned ugly when he saw this. 24 hours had passed, but Qin Lian, and the rest did not appear. It turned out that they had been captured by Green. Qin Lian, and the rest were embarrassed and did not know where to look. Qin Lian, and the rest were also unlucky. They did not find the hostages in the middle area of the blood beast world. Instead, they were careless and fell into the magic array that Green had set up in the middle area of the Dutian blood beast world. You are from the 9 Phoenix tribe. Ghost Prison's elder was depressed. The 9 Phoenix tribe of the 8 Baron tribes were proficient in music and all kinds of magic arrays. If one was captured by their magic array, it would be very difficult to escape. I am precisely the grandson of the 9 Phoenix Old Patriarch. Lu flashed his signature canine teeth. His steamed face was filled with a lovable smile. However, his words made the great elder have an impulse to vomit blood. Good, very good. The 9 Phoenix tribe leader raised a good grandson. Ghost Prison's elder was so angry that he could not speak. Although the one who was captured wasn't a student of the warrior elite camp, the magic elite camp and the warrior elite camp were in the same boat. If he didn't save him in front of everyone, the magic elite camp's head elder would fight him to the death when he returned to the camp. Release them, and I'll spare your lives today. Go back and tell those old fellows from the Beast God altar to stop dreaming of invading the boundless world. Otherwise, what awaits them will be annihilation. After weighing the pros and cons, the Ghost Prison's Grand Elder decided to temporarily put aside the matter of killing the 8 desolate beastkin. We will let them go. However, Ghost Prison's First Elder still needs to return the 5-colored spaceship and the Celestial Fox guards on it to us. Those are the treasures of the Celestial Fox people. Green's words made Hu Linglong feel sweet. She thought that Green was trying to get the 5-colored spaceship and the Fox guards back for her. Ghost Prison's First Elder could only agree. The 5-colored spaceship and the Second Elder quickly rushed over. Seeing the dispirited faces of Qin Lian, and the rest, the Second Elder's face was filled with disappointment. Wait, we're still short of 1 student. Feng Tian is missing. Second Elder counted the number of people and realized that only Feng Tian was missing. Among the dead students who had been cleaned up earlier, Feng Tian's corpse was not found. According to the rules, Feng Tian should have come out after 24 hours. Everyone is here. If you don't believe me, you can ask your people. Green did not buy it. When the Second Elder asked, he found out that Feng Tian had left in a fit of anger, and his whereabouts were still unknown. Only then did the descendants of the 8 desolates board the ship. Hu Linglong hesitated and whispered into Green's ear, "Green, I haven't entered the Celestial Fox tomb yet." Hu Linglong, all of this was caused by you. If you want to enter the Celestial Fox tomb, you can go in by yourself. Lu snorted and no longer paid attention to Hu Linglong. Being scolded like this, tears flashed in Hu Linglong's eyes. She unwillingly looked at the Celestial Fox tomb. Due to the collapse of the restriction, the entrance to the Celestial Fox tomb could no longer be entered, let alone find the Celestial Fox relic. If they could not find the Celestial Fox relic, the Celestial Fox people would completely lose the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of the sacred beast. They would probably forever be reduced to the inferior beast race, unable to make a comeback. Even if she was unwilling in her heart, Hu Linglong was helpless. Before boarding the spaceship, He Linlin suddenly turned around. "Ghost Prison's First Elder, please tell Yi Baiming that I will come to find him again." Ghost Prison's First Elder snorted. "Beasts will always be beasts. Can't you see that our Baiming has already found a beautiful and likable fiancé? Only a ghost would be interested in a woman like you." After the 8 wilderness beastmen left, Ghost Prison's First Elder immediately ordered someone to find the First Elder. The First Elder immediately contacted the temple and the Zao state. A few days later, people from the temple and the Zao state rushed over. The elders repaired the Dutian blood seal together. After the matter calmed down and they waited for the other major forces to send people over, the mainland magic elite camp did a final count of the casualties. There were heavy casualties in this blood purge. Just the death toll alone was over 60 people. Even Feng Tian, who originally had the most potential in the mage elite camp, had gone missing in this blood purge. In the end, he was determined to be dead. In the sky, the 5-colored spaceship emitted a soft light. Lu stood alone at the bow of the ship, letting the strong wind in the sky blow past him like a knife. His heart was filled with sadness. After this, he did not know when he would be able to meet Yunxing again. Well, even if he met her again, she would probably already be. Green recalled the scene when Yunxing pounced on Yi Baiming without hesitation when they met before they got married. She was clearly filled with killing intent, but she was not afraid at all. The moment that devil-like man saw her, it was as if the snow in the spring had melted. The scene of the two hugging each other was poignant yet harmonious. There was no room for a third person between the two of them. TSK, this time, it's really a failure. If not for Hu Linglong's superfluous act of kidnapping people, how would we have attracted the mainland magic elite camp's people? We are still missing a celestial fox relic. Purple walked to Lu's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. 7 Beast King relics should be enough. The Dutian blood seal has been severely damaged. Even if it is repaired, its power will not be as strong as before. Opening the Dutian's secret passage is just a matter of time. Lu and the others had successfully found the Beast King relics. Due to Purple's appearance, Yunsheng was unable to find out the exact reason why the descendants of the Bahuang tribe appeared in the Dutian blood beast world. The 8 people who came to the Dutian blood world this time were originally designated by the tribe as the most outstanding people in this generation. Their bloodline was noble and their strength was superior to their peers. As long as they obtained the Beast King relics, they could enter the Beast King altar to obtain the inheritance of the Beast God, and their strength would be improved. But most importantly, as long as they obtained the Beast King relics, the Beast God altar could activate the power of the leaders of the 8 major beast tribes and reopen the secret passage that transported the Bahuang tribe to the New World. Only by opening the secret passage could the Bahuang tribe return to the boundless land. If that's the case, why do you still look so gloomy? Lu, are you worried about that woman called Yunxing? Purple saw the difference in Lu's expression. The Lu that Purple knew was the young leader of the 9 Phoenix tribe who was doted on by everyone on the surface. But in reality, only those who truly understood Lu would know that Lu's true colors were completely different from what he usually showed. This was clearly shown when he was negotiating with the Ghost Prison's Great Elder just now. Although he and Purple had split up to chase after Yunsheng and Yi Baiming, he had ordered people to set up many magic arrays in the middle of the Dutian blood beast world. This time, if not for Lu's foresight, they would have to fight a fierce battle with the Ghost Prison's Great Elder before they could leave the blood beast world. Purple, I think I have fallen in love with that woman. Lu had a worried look on his face. Chapter 769. Seeing his good friend's reaction, Zi's eyes twitched, and he resisted the urge to strangle him. This damned brat was really slow on the uptake. Green was a little distressed. If he had denied earlier that he had feelings for Yunxing, but just now, when he saw Yunxing being taken away by Yi Baiming, Green's heart was in turmoil. He even had the urge to abandon everything and prepare for a fierce battle with Yi Baiming. Green, you can't fall in love with that woman. Z sighed. Green was really silly. He said that he liked her, but in his heart, he was probably deeply in love with that woman called Yunxing. Just now, Green's behavior was abnormal, and he almost lost his mind and rushed forward. This was the young clan leader of the 9 Phoenix tribe that Z knew, who looked like a sheep but had a wolf in his heart. Don't talk to me about humans and beasts. It's not like there are no humans in the 8 wastelands. Don't beasts still marry humans? Green said unhappily. The people of the boundless continent did not know that there were humans in the continent where the Bakra orcs were located. It was just that those humans were originally natives of the 8 wastelands. As they were not strong and had weak limbs, they were quickly conquered by the 8 major tribes represented by the Bakra orcs and became slaves or free people. This person was good at everything, but his personality was a little cold and pedantic, and his temper was the same as his grandfather's. To think that he was still young. Those humans can only be concubines or female slaves. Do you think that woman called Yunxing will be willing? Z recalled the battle with Yunxing earlier, and the corners of his eyes twitched heavily. Although they did not fight head-on, Yunxing's wit and cunning had left a deep impression on Z. No matter how he looked at it, such a woman was not a woman who could serve the same husband with others. Although most of the Bakra orcs had the ability to transform into human form, many traditions still retained the habits of the beasts, such as promiscuity between men and women and polygamy. These were very common. For example, Green and Z's father or grandfather had more than 10 wives and dozens of children. Only the most outstanding ones could be treated as children of the first wife. Who said that I want her to be a concubine? She's willing, but I'm not. Green was a little flustered. Green, listen to me. Forget about that woman. Z originally did not want to tell Green, but to prevent Green from falling deeper into this impossible relationship, he still felt that there were some things that needed to be told. That woman called Yunxing and that Yi Baiming have formed a binding magic between each other. You should have heard of the binding magic of the D clan. Z first found a trace of the binding magic on Yunxing. Later, he witnessed Yunxing and Yi Baiming hugging each other. When they hugged each other, a strong binding magic fluctuation confirmed Z's initial guess. The Unicorn clan was also known as the D clan. They were one of the oldest magical beasts on the continent. There were many legends about the D clan, but the most famous one was the binding magic, also known as the binding curse. According to legend, the earliest binding magic was formed by the union of a light unicorn and a dark unicorn. They formed a very special magic between each other, which could predict the other's safety and even joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Thus, they were inseparable and accompanied each other for life. But because the clan was a feud, this pair of unicorns did not end well in the end. Since then, the binding magic had become the binding curse. Any unicorn couple who was stimulated by the binding magic would not end well in the end. How is that possible? Yunsheng is not the D clan. Green could not believe it. The binding curse is not only useful on unicorns. If a man and a woman have a pair of unicorn horns that are in love with each other, there is a certain percentage that can stimulate the binding curse. I think Yunxing and Yi Baiming's situation has already formed this kind of special magic. The two of them won't have a good ending. Ze didn't believe in this kind of superstitious curse. But in the D clan, any pair of unicorn lovers who produced the binding magic would not have a good end in the end. It turned out that the binding curse really existed. Who knew that after hearing Z's words, Green's originally listless face became excited. He grabbed Z. Z, is what you said true? Will they have a good end? Cough, cough, Green, what are you doing? Let go. Z was held by Green's collar and had difficulty breathing. It's best if they don't have a good end. Then I can snatch Yunxing. Green loosened his claws and rubbed his palms, his face full of eagerness. When he inherited the beast god's inheritance and became the chief of the 9 Phoenix clan, he was not afraid that the group of old guys in the clan would stop him. Why don't you understand? Although the lovers who are cursed by the binding curse cannot be together, they are really in love with each other. Their souls are connected and they only have feelings for each other in their lives. Z hurriedly explained. But when he finished his explanation, he found that Green was gone. It turned out that Green thought of accepting the beast god's inheritance as soon as possible and doubled his efforts. Green did not hear Z's advice at all. Green did not hear it, but the other person heard it. What you said just now is true. Hey Lin walked out. You saw the situation at that time. Do you think that there is room for other people to interfere with those two? Z's face changed, somewhat unhappy that Hey Lin was eavesdropping on his and Green's conversation. As the 3 superior beast clans of the Ba Huang tribes, the competition between the Black Qilin, the 9 Phoenix and the D clan was fierce. Z and Green were good friends, but with Hey Lin, they could not even be considered friends. This woman had always done things unreasonably. No one knew what she would do in the next moment. So what, Z, you overestimated the magic of the D clan. In this world, there is one thing more difficult to reverse than magic, and that is bloodline. But you are right about one thing, they will never be together. Hey Lin pushed the short hair in front of her forehead, her eyes shining with confidence. After saying that, Hey Lin walked away with a cold and arrogant face. Z's expression was complicated. He did not know whether this trip to the beast blood boundary was a blessing or a curse. This time, he was caught in an inexplicable whirlpool of emotions. It was not only Green who was abnormal. Even He Lin Lin, who was known as the proud daughter of the heavens, was probably in trouble this time. However, Z also witnessed the strength of the younger generation of the boundless world. Whether it was Yi Baiming who could use the blood qi for his own use, or Yun Xing who had an unknown summoning power, they all made Zi's heart palpitate. With the 7 Beast King relics in place, the day of the opening of the Dutian's secret passage was just around the corner. At the thought of returning to the boundless world and washing away the humiliation of his ancestors 5,000 years ago, the usually calm Z felt his blood boiling. Chapter 770. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder stood outside the Dutian relay station and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. The spaceship of the Bang descendants had disappeared, but the commotion they caused had not ended. Instead, it was just the beginning. He believed that the news of the Bakra orcs reappearing in the boundless world would spread soon. The worst thing was that they had not figured out the real purpose of the Bang descendants in the Dutian blood beast world. Or rather, what they had obtained in the past few days in the Dutian blood beast world. In the mainland's magic elite camp, a star-marked student was still missing. When they returned, there would be another dispute. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder only felt a wave of frustration, but on second thought, this trip was not all bad news. He learned from Yi Baiming that he had entered the Qilin tomb and obtained 10 blood crystals. As long as he fused with a portion of the blood crystals, Yi Baiming would definitely come out on top in the next divine artifact search. Great Elder, the people from the temple, Zao State, and Hunters Guild have arrived. They would like to invite you over to discuss the restoration of the Dutian blood print. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder collected his thoughts and walked back to the Dutian relay station. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder, along with a few other people from the temple, Hunters Guild, and Zao State, entered the Dutian blood print that night to check on the damage. The temple sent Jiyu, the Hunters Guild sent an S-class hunter, and the Zao State sent a main summoner. They checked the 8 areas of the Dutian blood print and found that only one area, the Celestial Fox's tomb, had been destroyed. Just by looking at the situation in the Celestial Fox's tomb, one could imagine how intense the battle in the blood print was. In order to protect Yi Baiming, the Ghost Prison's Great Elder didn't say that the restriction on the Celestial Fox's tomb was broken by Yi Baiming. He only said that it was broken by the descendants of the 8 Desolation race during the fierce battle. The bloodprint situation is not optimistic. Elder Arbiter of Life Gu was an expert in magic formations. After checking, he shook his head. What do you mean? Could it be that even with everyone's strength, we still can't repair it? Ghost Prison's Great Elder didn't expect that even Elder Si Ming couldn't do anything. It can be repaired, but even if it is repaired, it is already at the end of its tether. You should know that the tomb of the Celestial Fox and the Blood Seal is the place with the strongest mana. But now, the mana restriction in the tomb of the Celestial Fox has been completely destroyed. Elder Judge Gu was very wary of the descendant of the Octaterra, who destroyed the mana restriction in the tomb of the Celestial Fox. He had such a cultivation at such a young age. If he received the inheritance of the Beast God, his strength would be even more shocking. The previous leader of the Celestial Fox people was the one with the highest mana among all the beasts. His blood formed the most basic part of the Dutian blood print. Now that the foundation had been destroyed, there was no new blood of the Celestial Fox people to redraw the magic formation. The power of the blood print would only weaken day by day. What's the point of saying all this? It has to be repaired even if it can't be repaired. Otherwise, when the Dutian blood beast world collapses, the boundless world will suffer, Ghost Prison's Great Elder said embarrassedly. The only thing we can do now is to temporarily repair the blood print. But this temporary repair can only last for 3 years at most. After 3 years, if we can't find a replacement for the blood of the descendants of the celestial fox people, the Dutian bloodprint will still collapse. And this time, the collapse will be even more thorough. I'm afraid it will affect the entire Dutian blood world, Elder Si Ming said earnestly. What if we can't find the descendants of the celestial fox? There are no more descendants of the 8 desolates on the continent. There was one originally, but it ran away, Ghost Prison's great elder said unhappily. The second elder of the magic elite camp didn't look too good either. Ghost Prison's great elder was implying that Chen Liener and the others were a burden. But in the end, it was his own camp students who didn't live up to expectations. The second elder could only accept it. It's not a problem even if we can't find the descendants of the celestial fox. There's another way, which is to find the 8 great artifacts. As long as we can find the 8 great artifacts that were lost since ancient times, we can still use the power of the artifacts to reconstruct the Dutian bloodprint, Elder Si Ming Ji stroked his beard and muttered. It seems that finding the artifacts is urgent. But finding the artifacts isn't something that can be done overnight. Let's gather our strength and temporarily repair the Dutian bloodprint. Ghost Prison's great elder and a few others temporarily repaired the Dutian bloodprint. But in order to prevent the bloodprint from regenerating, this time they constructed a powerful magic array outside the Dutian bloodprint. This magic array prevented the magical beasts of the Dutian blood beast world from entering the Dutian bloodprint. The people in the bloodprint also couldn't come out. After confirming that the Dutian bloodprint was temporarily stabilized, Ghost Prison's great elder led a group of warrior students and the second elder to return to the continent's magic elite camp. In the continent's magic elite camp, the news of the countless casualties in this blood purge had already spread. There was a panic in the magic elite camp. When Ko-Ling heard the news, she was secretly delighted. She thought that Yunxing must have met with an accident. In addition, this time, the Dutian blood beast world happened to be in chaos. No one would link Yunxing's death to her. Just as Ko-Ling was dreaming, Yunxing suddenly came back. Why aren't you dead? Seeing Yunxing come back alive and kicking, Ko-Ling turned pale with fright. Senior sister, your words are funny. Why can't I come back? Not only did I come back, but I also brought back some gifts for you. Yunxing took out a set of warrior robes and a bag of gold coins and threw them to Ko-Ling. When Ko-Ling saw these 2 things, she was so frightened that her face turned pale and her lips turned pale. She couldn't speak. These things should be very familiar to you, right? Yunxing smiled very brightly. I don't recognize them. Ko-Ling didn't expect that the warriors who went to assassinate Yunxing didn't return. The great elder of the ghost prison didn't know the real situation. He just put the blame of the missing students on the descendants of the 8 wastelands. Do you want to know what happened to those people? I threw them into the river to feed the blood-toothed crocodiles. Their heads were separated from their bodies, and even their bodies can't be seen. Yunxing showed a cold smile. What do you want? Ko-Ling found that compared to Yunxing, her scheme was nothing. She wanted to ask for help, but she remembered that the dark gold teacher had said that if she played any tricks, she would kill her. Ko-Ling was now in a dilemma. She looked at Yunxing in fear. Get out of the magic elite camp. Don't let me see you for the rest of your life. I don't want to kill you, because killing you will dirty my hands. Yunxing's eyes changed, and she said fiercely. Ko-Ling was so scared that her legs went soft. She didn't dare to stay any longer. She hurriedly packed her luggage and left the magic elite camp that night. After dealing with Ko-Ling, Yunxing thought of the other 2 people. Everyone had to speak 1 sentence at a time and eat 1 mouthful at a time. As for humans, they had to be dealt with one by one. Chapter 771. After chasing Ko-Ling away, Yunxing felt very comfortable. If not for the fact that Koling was a dark gold rank teacher, she would have dealt with Koling directly. Along the way, Yunxing met a few teachers of the magic elite camp. Usually, when these people saw Yunxing, they would give her the cold shoulder. Yunxing did not wait for them. Just as she was about to turn and leave, those senior brothers and sisters hurriedly stood up straight and respectfully called out to Yunxing, "Senior Sister Yun." Based on their attitude, Yunxing was certain that they might not be so respectful when they met their tutor on a normal day. Yunxing felt goosebumps all over her body when she was called out like this. She thought to herself, what's going on? Are these people possessed? Hee, Yunxing, you have already become a senior sister. Goofing and Abandon walked out from the side. What was rare was that Sister Lan also walked with them. Lan's injuries had mostly recovered after being treated by the dazzling light teachers. She still looked as cold as ever, but when she saw Yunxing, her gaze softened slightly. She nodded at Yunxing. Get used to it. In the magic elite camp of the mainland, the strong are respected. What she meant was that she acknowledged Yunxing's strength. In this time's blood purge, the team led by Lan had earned a chance to enter the magic forest because of their meritorious service. But the one who benefited the most was still Yunxing. Feng Tian disappeared for no reason. In this rescue operation, the one who performed the best was still Yunxing. After returning from the Dutian Blood Realm, Yunxing's magic badge showed that she had killed 1,600 magical beasts. A part of this was thanks to her little magical beasts. Anyway, the magical beasts killed by the little magical beasts were all credited to Yunxing. Yunxing, who was originally unknown, became the brightest star in the magic elite camp of the mainland. She had even broken through to become a sky mage in one fell swoop during the blood purge. Not only that, the entire elite camp, including the warrior elite camp, was secretly discussing the relationship between Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming had repelled the ghost prison's great elder with one punch in the Dutian blood seal. There were many speculations about his strength in the outside world, but there was one thing that no one dared to touch Yunxing. Offending Yunxing was equivalent to offending Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming even dared to beat up the ghost prison's great elder. Who in the camp dared to provoke him? Even some instructors were wary of Yunxing. The direct result of all these was that Yunxing's reputation in the camp was already on par with Lu Tongtian, Lan, and the others. Her ranking on the magic power rankings soared like a rocket, and she had already charged into the top 100. Lu Tongtian had painstakingly worked for nearly 10 years to achieve all this. However, Yunxing had only used a short period of time. In merely a few days, she had managed to obtain it. Not only that, Lu Tongtian had been severely criticized by the Great Elder because of his poor leadership, especially when he let Feng Tian leave in a fit of anger. This was not the only thing that gave Lu Tongtian a headache. Lian, don't be angry. Lu Tongtian was softly comforting Chen Lian, If these words came from the mouth of a handsome man, it would be quite effective. It was a pity that the person speaking was a man like Lu Tongtian. Chen Lian had not been nice to Lu Tongtian ever since she returned from the blood purge. When Lan, Yunxing, Qi, Gu Feng, and the others came to the door, they happened to see this scene. When he saw these people, Lu Tongtian's expression was somewhat awkward. Needless to say, he knew what these people were here for. Earlier, the two teams had agreed to have a competition. The results of the competition had already been revealed when Yunxing successfully controlled the five-colored airship and rescued the students. Lu Tongtian originally thought that victory was in his hands. Who knew that Green Tooth would appear halfway and injure him? Chen Lian was then captured by Green's magic trap. It was also because of Chen Lian and the others' capture that the Ghost Prison Great Elder had no choice but to compromise with the descendants of the Octoterra and hand over the five-colored airship and let them go. What are you doing here? Are you here to see a joke? Lu Tongtian was annoyed. Senior apprentice brother Lu, you're so forgetful. Of course, we're here to get our 100 million gold coins back. Yunxing's eyes curved into crescents as she spoke in a righteous tone. In order to force Lu Tongtian to pay his debt, she had specially invited Sister Lan to help. Yunxing, don't go too far. 100 million gold coins, who can take it out at once? When Chen Lian saw Yunxing, it was really like meeting an enemy. Her eyes were exceptionally red. That day, when she came out of the Dutian blood realm, she had been scolded by the second elder. When she was reduced to a prisoner, Yunxing was hugging and kissing Yi Baiming. Just thinking of this made Chen Lian's stomach full of anger. 100 million gold coins, it is not only senior brother Lu who is responsible for it. If you are willing, you can all bear some of it. 10 people, no, 3 people died in the process. 100 million gold coins isn't a lot when it's split between 7 people, said Gu Feng, adding insult to injury. As the first on the devil list, if the team led by Lu Tongtian lost the competition and everyone had to pay back the bet, if this matter spread out, Lu Tongtian would not be able to stay in the elite mage camp anymore. Lu Tongtian's expression became even uglier. No matter what, he could not afford to lose face. I only have 8 million gold coins on me. 100 million gold coins is really too much. Give me some more time. Once I have enough money, I will pay back the full amount. Lu Tongtian's heart was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have listened to Chen Lian's instigation and agreed to the 100 million gold coins. Just by relying on the elite mage camp, participating in the blood purges and killing blood cloud beasts, when would he be able to raise that much money? Senior brother Lu, you have already been in the camp for 10 years and only have 8 million gold coins. Based on your speed, how long do you think it will take to earn 100 million gold coins? Don't wait until I have left the elite mage camp and you still haven't paid it back. Yunxing had a difficult expression. Yunxing, don't go too far. If senior brother Lu does not want to pay it back, none of you can do anything to him. Chen Lian was furious. Even if Lan was present, if they really fought, Lan might not be able to win against Lu Tongtian. Chen Lian was relying on Lu Tongtian's superior strength to be able to go back on her words without any scruples. I can't do anything to him, but I'm sure senior brother Lu wouldn't want the matter of him owing money to be treated as a joke and talked about in tea houses and restaurants 24 hours a day, right? Yunxing's voice had just faded away. For people like Lu Tongtian, he was not afraid of fighting to the death. But he could not afford to lose face. That's enough. I still have some magic tools, magic scrolls, and some soul stones on me. With all of them added together, the price shouldn't be less than 100 million gold coins. As he spoke, he threw his storage ring to Yunxing with hatred. Chapter 772. Yunxing glanced at Lan. The latter's expression didn't change, as if she had understood. Yunxing thought to herself that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Sister Lan was right. Before Yunxing came to ask Lu Tongtian for 100 million gold coins, Sister Lan had reminded Yunxing that if Lu Tongtian didn't have enough gold coins on him, he could use his own items to exchange for it. Lan had entered the continent's magic elite camp earlier than Yunxing. She knew that Lu Tongtian might not have that much money to repay his debt, but he had been in the continent's magic elite camp for so long. His results in the blood purge were outstanding, and he had entered the magic forest many times. He must have a lot of high-level and super magic in his hands. Yunxing didn't know about this, but Sister Lan knew more than Yunxing. That was why she had reminded Yunxing to use magic to replace gold coins. Yunxing had just broken through to become a sky mage. She was also the boss of Little Enchanting and the deputy leader of the Heaven Hunting Corps. Gold coins were nothing to her. On the contrary, high-level magic, especially super magic, would be more useful for Yunxing's magic training in the future. As expected, Lu Tongtian had no choice but to use his own items to repay the gold coins. Then I won't be polite. Yunxing said that she was embarrassed, but her hands had already started to search Lu Tongtian's storage ring. With a glance, she found a large number of magical beast soul stones, magic tools, and some well-preserved magic fruits. Lu Tongtian was indeed a leveling up expert. Not only did he participate in the blood purge of the Dutian blood beast world, he also went out to accept various missions. His storage ring was very rich. However, Yunsheng was no longer the same as before. Her vision was now much higher than before. After checking, she roughly picked out a few high-level magic spells and some magic materials. Together, they were worth about 30 million gold coins. This was still not enough to repay the 100 million gold coins. Senior brother Lu, what should I do? These things of yours are not suitable for me. Looks like I'll have to expose your information to Chi-san. He said that he's willing to pay a high price for the exclusive rights to everything I've seen and heard in the Dutian blood beast world. Yunxing frowned. What kind of person was Chi-san? He was the #1 gossip king in the elite camp. If the news reached his mouth, wouldn't the entire elite camp know about it? Lu Tongtian's face was so dark that water could be wrung out. Yunsheng, don't go too far. Lu Tongtian glared fiercely at Yunsheng, looking like he was going to tear her to pieces at any moment. Hey, senior martial brother Lu, hurry up and think again. Do you still have anything valuable on you? It's getting late, I'm rushing to deliver the pills to Yi Baiming. As soon as Yunxing mentioned Yi Baiming, Lu Tongtian immediately became listless. It was said that Yi Baiming's strength had greatly improved after this trial. Even Lu Tongtian didn't dare to offend him. Yunxing looked at Lu Tongtian's appearance and felt secretly pleased. The title of Night Fox was indeed useful. Lu Tongtian hesitated. Slowly, he took out a cold jade box and threw it to Yunxing. This thing should be more than enough to repay the remaining 70 million gold coins. Take it and scram. Don't be an eyesore here. Seeing Lu Tongtian's mouth twitch when he took out the item, as if his gout was acting up, Yunxing knew that the item in the cold jade box was no small matter. Cold jade boxes were usually used to store precious medicinal herbs or elixirs. As soon as the box was opened, Yunsheng saw a gray magic fruit. This magic fruit was completely different from any of the magic fruits that Yunsheng had seen before. Even with her Shenong eyes, Yunsheng couldn't tell what it was. Gu Feng came forward to take a look and pinched it. Senior martial brother Lu, don't bully us because we're young. This magic fruit is worth 70 million gold coins. Aren't you cheating us? Brat, what are you talking about? I, Lu Tongtian, have never cheated anyone. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know what's good for you. That's a magic fruit, and it's a petrified fruit that's more than 3,000 years old. Lu Tongtian was already depressed that he was forced to hand over the magic fruit. Let me see. Lon also came forward to take a look at the magic fruit in the cold jade box. Ordinary magic fruits could only last for 2 to 3 years in a jade box. However, the petrified fruit was different. It fell from the magic tree for some reason and was buried underground. It was well preserved and wouldn't rot even after thousands of years. Generally speaking, the petrified fruit was very rare. Lon had entered the magic forest many times, but she had never seen a petrified fruit. Lu Tongtian, even if this is a petrified fruit, it's not worth that much. Although there are usually rare spells recorded in the petrified fruit, no matter how rare a high-level spell or even a super spell is, it's not worth 70 million gold coins, Lon said matter-of-factly. High-level magic scrolls on the continent were usually priced between a few 100,000 to 1,000,000 gold coins. Super magic scrolls were even more expensive, ranging from a few million to tens of millions. Even if the petrified fruit's price was one level higher, it would only be 10 to 20 million gold coins. 70 million gold coins was indeed a sky-high price. What a woman's view. If I say that I found this petrified fruit in the sacred tree area near the royal tree area, do you think it's worth 70 million gold coins? Hearing this, Lon couldn't help but take a few more looks at the petrified fruit. Her hands were trembling slightly. Yunxing, Gu Feng, and Qi were confused. It was only after Lon explained it that they understood. When the Great Elder brought them into the magic forest, he had already said that the magic forest was divided into the sky area, sacred tree area, and royal tree area. These three areas corresponded to students below the level of sky magicians, students and mentors at the level of Saint Law Emperor, and Law Overlords respectively. Yunxing and the others couldn't enter the last two areas because their levels weren't high enough. However, Lon and Lu Tongtian were already Saint Law Emperors, so they had entered the sacred tree area. The sacred tree area just happened to be adjacent to the royal tree area. In other words, it was very likely that the magic fruit had rolled to the imperial tree area. As everyone knows, there's only one royal tree in the magic forest. The petrified fruit on it is no small matter. It was left behind by the first generation of law overlords. The petrified fruit on it is a super spell. If you're lucky, you might even encounter a god-slaying spell, Lu Tongtian said unhappily. Although Lu Tongtian had a rough appearance, he was a decent person. His words were most likely true. God-slaying spell. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. Yunxing, it's up to you whether you accept this petrified fruit or not. Lon sighed and reluctantly put down the petrified fruit. As long as one was a mage, there would be no one who would not be tempted after hearing about the god-slaying spell. Chapter 773. Yunxing swallowed her saliva and stared at the magic fruit. She could not even control her fingers. In the magic system of the boundless world, magic was divided into beginner magic, intermediate magic, and advanced magic. Above that would be super magic. As for the god-slaying magic, it was even rarer. It was said that only law overlords who had comprehended the four laws of nature could learn it. However, once this sort of magic was mastered, its power would be enough to move mountains and fill seas. It could even destroy the world. It was said that the first law overlord had used this god-slaying magic to cut off the head of the Bakra Orc's Ba Serpent tribe leader. Even a heaven-defying existence like the Bakra Orc's tribe leader could be killed by the god-slaying magic in one move. This showed how powerful this magic was. However, the god-slaying magic was just a name. This was because only law overlords could learn the god-slaying magic. Otherwise, if one did not have the strength to control the magic, their magic soul would be destroyed and they would be reduced to ashes. Therefore, even if Yunxing had obtained the petrified fruit, it was still unknown whether she could learn the god-slaying magic one day. Even so, having the god-slaying magic in hand was still a very cool thing. It was also with this in mind that Yunxing decided to use the high price of 70 million gold coins to obtain the petrified fruit. Seeing Yunxing, Azura, and the rest leave with the petrified fruit, Tongtian could not help but sigh. Lu Tongtian stood at the side, his heart bleeding. He had obtained this magic fruit by chance. As he was not strong enough, he had kept it. Who knew that it would end up benefiting someone else? Senior apprentice brother Lu, why are you so muddle-headed? You actually gave such a good thing to that bitch Yunxing. Chen Lian watched from the side with jealousy and hatred. But with Lon glaring at her from the side, Chen Lian could only worry. Chen Lianer was still blaming Lu Tongtian. This D*Ned man actually had a trick up his sleeve. Lu Tongtian was a very lucky person. It was a pity that he was unlucky. The good things he obtained did not make up for the losses. Isn't it all because of you? The more Lu Tongtian thought about it, the more sullen he felt. For the first time, his tone seemed to be blaming Chen Lian. Chen Lian felt that something was wrong. She couldn't defend Lu Tongtian now, so she quickly said, "Senior brother Lu, don't be angry." Regardless of whether the petrified fruit contained the deity-slaying magic or not, the petrified fruit was still a deity-slaying magic. With Yunxing's strength, it might not be a good thing for her to obtain the god-slaying magic. What do you mean by that? Lu Tongtian didn't understand. Senior brother Lu, don't ask so much. In short, I have a way to make Yunxing unable to sit still and enjoy the petrified fruit, Chen Lianer smiled. She had a bad idea in her mind again. After Yunxing got the petrified fruit, she carefully put it away. Today, we vented our anger and ruthlessly slaughtered Lu Tongtian. I'll treat everyone to a drink. Yunxing sounded like a nouveau riche. I won't interfere. Today is the day when the camp receives letters. I have to go and see if Ling has replied to my letter, Gu Feng said as he hurriedly went to the relay station to check if there was a reply from Ling. Seeing Gu Feng's appearance, Lu Tongtian wanted to say something but stopped. What? Ling still hasn't replied. Yunxing knew Gu Feng's feelings towards Ling. However, Ling had already returned to the eastern capital for more than a month. Gu Feng would send a letter every 7 days, but Ling didn't reply to any of them. Although Gu Feng didn't say anything, he was still very sad. Things are a bit strange. I'll write a letter to ask later. Yunxing was also confused. Logically speaking, after Ling returned to the eastern capital, she would definitely write a letter saying that she was safe. However, it had already been a while since she went to participate in the blood purge and returned. There was still no news from Ling. Yunxing, who was worried about her good friend, wrote a letter to Ling in the afternoon. Yunxing didn't know that not long after Ling returned to the eastern capital, or rather, when she stepped into the eastern capital, she was already under house arrest. Donghuang Ling was very depressed. She knew that the Empress Dowager was seriously ill and rushed back. When she returned to the palace, she found out that the Empress Dowager was only infected with a cold. After chatting for a long time, Ling returned to her palace. However, she didn't know that all the people in her palace had been replaced. Not only that, the Empress Dowager and her brother urged her to divorce later Qin Dugu as soon as possible. Donghuang Ling naturally didn't want to, but she couldn't leave her palace. The left prime minister's people were guarding outside her palace all day long. Because of this, Donghuang Ling got angry several times. However, this time, no matter how willful she was, she ignored the Empress Dowager and the East Emperor who she had always doted on. It had been a month since she returned to the imperial capital, but the time for her to return to the continent's magic elite camp was still far away. Your Highness, this is your letter. A palace maid passed a letter to Donghuang Ling. Donghuang Ling didn't need to read the letter to know who wrote it. Since she returned to the eastern capital, she had been receiving letters from Gu Feng. Donghuang Ling couldn't express her admiration for Gu Feng. It wasn't that she didn't have any feelings for Gu Feng. However, she also understood that she and Gu Feng would never be together. Therefore, she didn't reply to any of the letters. Burn it as usual. Donghuang Ling lowered her eyes and said with a bit of sadness. She was afraid that she would be swayed after reading the letter. Therefore, she didn't even read the letter. However, Dong Huangling didn't know that the letter wasn't written by Gu Feng, but by her good friend Yunxing. The palace maid turned and left. After a while, the East Emperor, Dong Huang Tianqi, came to visit Dong Huangling, brother. Dong Huangling saw her brother and quickly stood up to greet him. Sister, there's no need to be so courteous. I came here today to discuss the marriage between you and later Qin's crown prince Dugu. Dong Huang Tianqi's voice was gloomy and his eyes were somewhat empty. Brother, Ling has already said that I won't get married to a traitor like Dugu Xiu. Dong Huangling's unruly attitude came up again. Sister, as the princess of the eastern capital, you shoulder the responsibility of the dynasty's rise and fall. This time, you can't be willful. Crown Prince Dugu has already ordered people to send the betrothal gifts over. In a few days, he will enter the palace to discuss the wedding date with mother. Dong Huangling was dumbfounded by Dong Huang Tianqi's words. Dong Huangling suddenly raised her head and stared at her brother. Who are you? You are not my brother. Brother, you won't force me to marry someone I don't like. She went forward and grabbed onto Dong Huang Tianqi. She wanted to see if this person who wanted to destroy her lifelong happiness was her brother or not. However, the cold-looking man in front of her was clearly her brother. Men, look after the princess. For the next few days, she is not allowed to go anywhere. Dong Huang Tianqi flicked his sleeve and left. Dong Huangling was fiercely thrown onto the ground. Her heart sank bit by bit. Chapter 774. Princess, please don't be willful. His Majesty is doing this for your own good. The palace maid at the side hurriedly went up to support her. Dong Huanglinger grabbed the palace maid's wrist and said with a sharp voice, "Speak, what happened when I wasn't around?" Her brother wasn't someone impersonating him. However, ever since she returned, her mother and brother seemed to be acting a little strange. Dong Huanglinger wasn't an idiot. She knew that something must have happened that she didn't know about. If Minister Zhua and his group thought that she was still that pampered canary in the palace, then they were gravely mistaken. Your Highness, this servant doesn't know anything. The palace maid cowered. Dong Huanglinger took out her magic scepter, and the emerald green wind scythe circled around her. Her face was filled with killing intent. Are you Minister Zhua's subordinate or Dugu Xiu's subordinate? The palace maid felt a chill in her heart. Just as she was about to escape, the wind scythe slashed the palace maid's calf, causing blood to flow out. The palace maid was in so much pain that she almost fainted. She didn't expect that such a delicate woman like the princess would be so ruthless. Dong Huanglinger stepped on the palace maid's wound. You should have heard that I have been studying in the continent's magic elite camp for the past few years. Do you want to try the taste of magic, the taste of wind scythe slashing your beautiful face? This palace maid was just an ordinary martial artist who knew some martial arts. She was originally sent by Minister Zhua to monitor Dong Huanglinger. Neither Minister Zhua nor Dugu Xiu expected that Dong Huanglinger would counterattack. Dong Huanglinger had followed Yunxing for a few years, especially during the days in the Sky Wings arena. Her wisdom and methods were already incomparable to the Dong Huanglinger who had just left the eastern capital. One is marked by the company one keeps, and one is marked by the company one keeps. Currently, Dong Huangling had already learned most of Yunxing's bandit style of strengthening and robbing. She knew very well that she had to be unscrupulous when dealing with her enemies. That palace maid was so frightened that she immediately told Dong Huangling everything that had happened earlier. Hearing that, Dong Huangling chopped the palace maid's neck with her palm, and the palace maid fainted. Dong Huanglinger decided to escape from the imperial palace first. However, she was still worried about Empress Dowager Situ. After hesitating for a while, Dong Huangling decided to go to Empress Dowager Situ's palace first. Dong Huangling snuck into Empress Dowager's palace. Imperial Mother, Imperial Brother wants me to marry Duga Xiu. Do you know about this? Ling, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to get married. Empress Dowager Situ looked kind as she took her daughter's hand. Imperial Mother, Ling has said that I can marry anyone, but I can't marry rebels. Could it be that you didn't know that my father was killed by an assassin sent by the Qin Emperor later Qin? Dong Huangling's eyes turned red. When the previous East monarch passed away, Dong Huangling was still very young. Empress Dowager Situ only said that the previous East monarch died of an illness. After Dong Huangling grew up, she became even more suspicious of the previous East monarch's death. When she left the eastern capital, on the surface, she went to learn magic. However, in reality, she was secretly investigating the true cause of the previous East monarch's death. Sure enough, she found some clues. All kinds of clues showed that the previous East monarch's death was related to the left minister and the later Qin dynasty. And because she knew the truth, no matter what, Dong Huangling was unwilling to marry Duga Xiu. Empress Dowager Situ had a terrified expression as she covered her daughter's mouth. Ling, who told you these words? Don't speak nonsense. I'm not young anymore. Imperial Mother, we can't stay here anymore. Imperial Brother seems to be acting a bit strange. I'll bring you away first. Dong Huangling pulled Empress Dowager Situ up and wanted to leave. Your Highness, where are you going? A delicate voice sounded from the side. A beautiful palace maid was the first to open the curtain and walk in. This palace maid was around 28 years old. She had a pair of seductive eyes and a graceful figure. She emitted a seductive aura from her bones. Dong Huangling saw that this palace maid didn't look familiar. She didn't know when this woman came to the Empress Dowager's palace. She became vigilant and asked, "Who are you? Why are you in Imperial Mother's palace?" Hee, Princess hasn't returned to the palace for a long time. It's natural that you don't recognize Big Sister. The palace maid walked over. The strong fragrance coming from her body made Dong Huangling frown. Who's your little sister? Don't act so intimate. Dong Huangling was annoyed. She hated seeing this kind of appearance from women the most. This woman had a seductive aura. Just by looking at her, Dong Huangling felt that there was something wrong with this woman. Subconsciously, she pulled Empress Dowager Situ and retreated a few steps, keeping a safe distance from this woman. Hee, little sister, don't be angry. This humble one's name is Qi Bai. I'm the concubine of the Dark Prince. After you marry the Dark Prince, you and I will be serving the Dark Prince in the future. I am 1 year older than you. If you don't want to call me Big Sister, you can just call me Qi Bai. The seductive woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Hearing that, Dong Huangling became even more displeased. Who wants to marry someone like Duga Xiu who has wild ambitions? Go back and tell him that even if Dong Huangling dies, I won't marry him. After Dong Huangling finished speaking, she felt a pain on her neck. Then, she lost consciousness and fell onto the ground. Behind her, Empress Dowager Situ had a stupefied expression on her face. In her hand, she was holding onto a hairpin that was dipped in poison. Madame Qi Bai walked over and touched Dong Huangling's face. Tsk, as expected, you have a good appearance. It's a pity that your temper is a bit too strong. Forget it, let Big Sister properly teach you a lesson. When the time comes, Crown Prince Dugu will naturally dote on you. Madame Qi Bai. The The palace maid that was knocked unconscious by Dong Huangling held onto her wound and came over to apologize. Useless thing. Luckily, the crown prince was smart enough to order me to control Dong Huang Tianqi and old lady Situ. Otherwise, the princess would have escaped. Madame Chi Bai ordered someone to carry away the unconscious Dong Huangling. I know my mistake. Oh, right, just now, the princess ordered me to burn the letters. From the looks of it, the letters were sent over from the continent's magic elite camp. The palace maid took out 2 letters. Madame Chi Bai casually took the letter from Gu Feng and took a few glances at it. PFFF, she laughed out loud. Oh, I even met someone who is infatuated with love. It's a pity that his sweetheart is going to marry the crown prince. Burn the letters. Do it cleanly. Understood. The palace maid hurriedly retreated. A few days later, Gu Feng looked for Yunxing anxiously. Yunxing, did you receive Ling Er's letters? I have already written over 10 letters, but she didn't reply to a single one of them. Gu Feng had a depressed expression on his face. Earlier, when Dong Huangling left, she was worried that Gu Feng would request to escort her. Thus, she didn't tell Gu Feng. After Gu Feng found out about it, he even secretly complained to Yunxing. After that, he started to write letters to Ling Er. However, after he sent the letters out, there was no reply. After being reminded by Gu Feng, only then did Yunxing remember that Ling had indeed gone back for too long. She also didn't reply to any of the letters that she wrote to Ling Er earlier. Something was wrong. Come quickly, there should be more monthly votes added today. Chapter 775. Yunxing calculated carefully. It had been 1.5 months since she and Dong Huangling returned to the eastern capital from the Heavenly Wing City to Linger's return. During this time, Yunxing didn't write to Linger because of the Duqian Blood Beast World's trial. However, Gu Feng was different. He started writing to Dong Huangling a few days after she left. He had already written 7 or 8 letters. If Dong Huangling deliberately didn't reply to Gu Feng's letters, then it had already been 7 or 8 days since she sent them. Or did something happen to the Eastern Empress Dowager's illness? Perhaps. Yunxing was thinking about Dong Huangling's marriage. Or perhaps Dong Huangling had sneaked out and was discovered. Now, she was imprisoned in the eastern capital. Yunxing, why don't we make a trip to the eastern capital? Gu Feng was really worried about Linger. We have to investigate this matter first. Don't worry, the Heavenly Hunting Corps also has a branch in the eastern capital. I'll write a letter to second uncle and ask him about it. Yunxing comforted Gu Feng. Gu Feng nodded his head vaguely. Gu Feng was a little unhappy that he didn't receive Linger's letter. He didn't want Yunxing and Qi to worry, so he went to the tavern alone and started drinking without saying anything. Who would have thought that the wine would make him even more sorrowful? Halfway through, he started to feel drowsy. When he was half asleep, someone at the table next to him started talking. Why? Are you going back to later Qin? The blood purge will start soon. If you go now, you'll miss the opportunity. The blood purge hasn't been peaceful recently. My mother is worried. Since the crown prince and the princess of the eastern capital are getting married, I'll ask her to marry me. You know that my mother is the crown prince's nanny. The crown prince treats me like a brother. The 2 mainland warrior elite camp students beside him were talking enthusiastically. Gu Feng only heard the words princess of the eastern capital. His brain exploded. Ignoring the smell of alcohol on him, he rushed to the table next to him and said, "What did you say?" The princess of the eastern capital is going to marry the crown prince of later Qin. When the 2 cultivators saw him reeking of alcohol, they were too lazy to say anything more to him. They just said, "Go away, where did this drunkard come from?" "I told you to speak." Gu Feng grabbed the man who was speaking. His eyes were red and filled with ferocious light. "Hey, brat, how dare you yell at me? Do you know who I am?" The man was about to teach Gu Feng a lesson because he was the son of the later Qin crown prince's wet nurse. "Wait, don't attack. This kid looks like Gu Feng. He's a light magician from the elite camp, the only successor of the dazzling light teachers." Another man recognized Gu Feng. Towards light magicians, the elite warriors of the continent still had some reservations. "Bad luck, what kind of drunkard is he?" The cultivator could only let go of his hand resentfully. However, Gu Feng didn't care about that. He hugged him tightly and wouldn't let go. He even shouted, "Tell me, is it true that the princess of the eastern capital is going to marry the crown prince of the later Qin dynasty? I'm scared of you." The cultivator couldn't hit Gu Feng, but he also couldn't get rid of him. He could only say, "This kind of thing can't be a daughter-in-law." The two countries are connected by marriage. Announcements have been posted all over the streets of the eastern capital and later Qin. When Gu Feng heard this, he was still unwilling to give up. "Then what's the name of the princess of the eastern capital?" "I think she's called Ling Er." "Hey, why are you asking so many questions?" The cultivator took advantage of Gu Feng's inattention to break free and quickly left. Gu Feng sat on the ground in a daze. After a while, he let out a dry cry and jumped out of the tavern. 3 to 4 days later, Yunxing finally received a reply from her second uncle, Yun Songwang. However, in the reply letter, there was a notice attached. After reading the letter and notice, Yunxing's calm face had a slight ripple. She faintly felt uneasy in her heart and immediately went to look for Gu Feng. However, she didn't know that she couldn't find any trace of Gu Feng even after searching the entire continent's elite warriors of the continent. Yunxing became more and more worried in her heart. She had no choice but to look for Qi first. Qi went to Gu Feng's camp again. When he came back, there was a hint of anxiety on his usually expressionless face. He took out a letter and handed it to Yunxing. The letter was left by Gu Feng a few days ago. It said that he was worried about Donghuang Ling and went to the eastern capital to look for her. Gu Feng was too impulsive. Qi shook his head. Gu Feng also had feelings for Donghuang Ling. "Oh no, we must immediately chase after Gu Feng." After reading the letter, Yunxing's expression became anxious and uneasy. "He's only going to the eastern capital. Why are you so anxious? He should be back by the time he sees Ling Er." Seeing that Yunxing's expression wasn't right, Qi couldn't help but feel strange. The Yunxing he knew was someone who wouldn't bat an eyelid even if Mao Tai collapsed in front of her. However, today, Yunxing looked somewhat anxious. It's impossible for him to see Ling Er. Ling Shi is going to marry later Qin's crown prince, Duge Xiu. Yunxing only knew about this after reading the letter from her second uncle. No wonder Donghuang Ling didn't come back after returning to the eastern capital. The people from the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps heard that not long after Donghuang Ling returned to the eastern capital, later Qin's crown prince, Duge Xiu, entered the palace. After that, the Eastern Emperor personally announced to the world that the eastern capital and later Qin had formed an alliance. Half a year later, Duge Xiu personally came to fetch the bride. This matter had already spread like wildfire across the continent, and there was no one who did not know about it. Only Yunxing and Gu Feng, who were in seclusion in the continent's magic elite camp, didn't know about it. Gu Feng, that brat, has deep feelings for Ling Er. If he knows that Ling Er is going to get married, he will definitely not let it go. We must immediately go to the eastern capital. It's best if we can find him before Gu Feng sees Ling Er. Yunxing's words made Qi realize the seriousness of the matter. Dong Huangling's current status was extraordinary. Other than being a princess, she also had another identity. She was the crown princess of later Qin's crown prince. If Gu Feng was impulsive and was caught red-handed, he might be treated as an assassin. Dugu Xiu's fierce reputation had been around for a long time. If Gu Feng was caught by him, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Gu Feng might not have told you, but Ling Er's true identity is the Eastern Capital's princess. There's another thing that Gu Feng doesn't know. Ling Er ran away from the marriage. Yunxing told Qi everything. If that's the case, why is she marrying the later Qin's crown prince now? Qi also realized how difficult it was for Gu Feng to have such a relationship. This is also what I don't understand. Ling Er's temperament is definitely not someone who will compromise. Yunxing faintly felt that there must be something hidden. Moreover, this matter should be related to Empress Dowager Situ's illness. Chapter 776. Dong Huanglinger once told Yunxing that as a princess of the royal family, she had never had a real close friend since she was a child. Yunxing was her only friend. If she got married in the future, she would definitely invite Yunxing to attend the ceremony. However, this marriage came too suddenly. Furthermore, Dong Huanglinger did not reveal any information about it beforehand. Thus, Yunxing thought that there must be something hidden behind it. So, she had to go to the eastern capital. The more Yunxing and Qi thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. So, the two of them decided to go to the eastern capital immediately and try their best to find Gu Feng. Yunxing and Qi found their respective mentors. The two of them were also clever. They didn't say the specific reason for going to the eastern capital. They only said that because Dong Huanglinger's marriage was approaching, they were invited to attend the ceremony. The mentors of the two didn't suspect anything. They just told them to go early and come back early. Before Yunxing left the elite camp, Yunxing also specially went to visit Yi Baiming. Yunxing didn't know why she went to say goodbye to Yi Baiming. Maybe it was because he almost lost his life to save her last time. Whether Yunxing was willing to admit it or not, after experiencing the Dutian blood realm last time, she had already admitted that Yi Baiming had a place in her heart. It was just that it was hard to say whether this place had reached the level of lovers. When Yunxing found Yi Baiming, he was practicing. The ghost prison's great elder was nervously guarding outside. Baiming is practicing now. It's not convenient for him to see guests. The ghost prison's great elder was in a difficult position and dissuaded Yunxing. Mentor, let her in. In the practice room, Yi Baiming's voice was calm. The ghost prison's great elder could only let Yunxing in. Although she had known Yi Baiming for several years, Yunxing could not help but be stunned every time she saw this man. This guy could really be called the model of a feast for the eyes. At this moment, Yi Baiming had just finished practicing. His snow-white training clothes were drenched in sweat. He was wiping away his sweat. His long black hair casually hung down to his waist. There was no bun, no extra accessories. It was just casually scattered, but there was an indescribable sense of beauty. It was as if he was standing in a painting. You came here just to see me. Yi Baiming tilted his head slightly and teased. Yunxing coughed a few times to hide the embarrassment on her face. Yi Baiming knew that Yunxing would not easily come to the mainland's elite warrior camp to look for him. So even if he was at a critical moment, he still let Yunxing come in. Knowing that Yunxing was going to the eastern capital, Yi Baiming was a little dissatisfied. In addition to Yunxing going with Qi, the other reason was Dugu Xiu. Yi Baiming had been brooding over the matter of Dugu Xiu proposing to Yunxing. Although he and Yunxing were now engaged, as long as the two were not married, Yi Baiming lacked a sense of security. He could not wait for Dugu Xiu to marry a wife. It would be best if he married 180 wives. That way, he would not have time to pester Yunxing. Duguxiu is going to get married. Why are you going? Yi Baiming wanted to go with Yunxing. Unfortunately, he had more important things to do at the moment. It was also good to let the little wild cat sharpen her claws by herself. Just now, Yi Baiming had just integrated the first Qilin blood crystal. The 8 desolate artifact was about to be unearthed. The ghost prison's great elder ordered him to go into seclusion for a while and try to integrate as many Beast King blood crystals as possible. Yi Baiming also knew that last time, in the Dutian blood seal, he had caused a lot of trouble for the ghost prison's great elder. Moreover, the inexplicable beast blood berserk had also troubled him. After that, he heard the ghost prison's great elder describe the situation at that time. He almost hurt the little wild cat. Yi Baiming was very afraid. This time, he could still recognize the little wild cat at the last moment. But next time, if he completely transformed, he was afraid that he would use his sharp claws to tear her throat. In this world, the person he was most unwilling to hurt was her. So, even if it was for the little wild cat, he must learn to control the mysterious power in his body that was getting stronger and stronger. I am going to visit Linger. I have a feeling that Linger will not agree to this marriage so easily. Yunxing could smell a strong smell of jealousy from Yi Baiming's words. She subconsciously explained. Yunxing cursed in her heart. Night Fox was also petty. Duguxiu failed in his marriage proposal. This matter had already passed for a long time, but he still remembered it firmly in his heart. Duguxiu was the crown prince of the later Qin dynasty. In the past few years, he probably had a dozen children. How would he have the energy to care about a small magician like her? Going to visit Donghuang Linger is not a problem. But if you meet Duguxiu, don't have a direct confrontation with him. Yi Baiming believed that with Yunxing's wit, she would definitely not be at a disadvantage. But this woman, sometimes she would value her friends too much. However, this was also what he liked about her. Duguxiu's strength is very unpredictable. He might be on the same level as me. So, if you really meet him, don't fight him head-on. Yi Baiming rubbed Yunxing's forehead. His gaze was somewhat reluctant to part with her. This time, he did not tell Yunxing that he was going to fuse with the blood crystal. Fusing with the blood crystal was a big or small matter. If the fusion was not done well, it was very possible that, don't worry, I will bring Tycoon Jean with me. Even if we really meet with something, I will be able to ensure our safety. Yunxing was very confident. Tycoon Jean could even kill the martial saint of the later Qin dynasty. He could be considered as the strongest bodyguard. She had fought with Duguxiu before, and it didn't seem like much. She didn't know why Yi Baiming had such a high evaluation of him. Yi Baiming wanted to say something but stopped. A hint of obscurity flashed past his eyes. Yunxing did not notice the strangeness in Yi Baiming's words. After bidding farewell to Yi Baiming, she left the mainland's magic elite camp with abandon. After Yunxing left, the ghost prison's great elder walked in impatiently. How is it? Did the fusion of the blood crystal go smoothly? It's still going well. I'll start fusing with the second blood crystal in 3 days. There was still a thin layer of red on Yi Baiming's skin. The first Qilin blood crystal was slowly transforming his body. 3 days. Isn't it too rushed? That year, it took me half a month to fuse with the first blood crystal. You only used half an hour, right? The second blood crystal was fused a year later. The third one took a long time. You waited for 5 years. The ghost prison's great elder was still a little worried. More haste, less speed. When Yi Baiming first entered the mainland's warrior elite camp, he did not even see a ghost during his daily training. He was unusually lazy. Now, his personality had changed. After thinking about it, he was still the same person. As for his personality, the ghost prison's great elder concluded that at the crucial moment, women were still the most useful. Yi Baiming did not know that his teacher was full of fantasies. He thought for a while and asked, "Teacher, do you know, other than you and me, who else entered the Dutian blood seal and obtained the Beast King blood crystal?" Chapter 777. The ghost prison's elder did not understand why Yi Baiming would suddenly ask about this matter. "There's not enough time. Teacher also mentioned that when we were in the blood sky Jia, Master Si Ming of the temple said that the 8 barren lands divine artifact would be unearthed in a few months or at most half a year. If there are people from other forces who have fused with the Beast King blood crystal, there will be a fierce battle. I'm just preparing for a rainy day and making early plans." After Yi Baiming's explanation, the ghost prison's great elder was relieved. Logically speaking, not many people can enter the Beast King's tomb, but we can't rule out the possibility that someone has sneaked in. You've been to the Sky Wing City, so you should have met the Sky Wing City Lord. He should have fused with the Rock Clan's Beast King blood crystal, so he is invincible in the battle in the sky. Since the ghost prison's great elder could tell Yi Baiming about the existence of the Beast King blood crystal, it was very likely that some other experts had also told their descendants about the existence of the blood crystal. If that's the case, I should speed up the process of fusing with the blood crystal. I will begin closed-door training in the next few days, Yi Baiming said in a low voice. Yi Baiming recalled the situation when he saw the Dark Crown Prince Duguxiu. If he guessed correctly, the Dark Crown Prince should have also obtained the Beast King blood crystal. And judging from his combat skills and the changes in his body, he should have also entered the Qilin tomb and fused with at least a few Qilin blood crystals. As one of the 5 great countries on the continent, the later Qin would definitely send people to the divine artifact trip in a few months. As the crown prince of the later Qin, Duguxiu would definitely go to the divine artifact trip. At that time, the two of them would fight head-on again. The ghost prison's great elder did not know what Yi Baiming was planning. On the continent, there were not many people who could be regarded as opponents by Yi Baiming. But Duguxiu was one of them. Because Yi Baiming knew that Duguxiu was the same kind of person as him. They were ambitious and pursued the path of the strongest. If the two of them met again, they would definitely fight to the death. The eastern capital was the oldest capital city on the boundless continent. It was built more than 4,000 years ago. The scenery was beautiful, with white embankments and willows. The capital city was adjacent to a famous river on the continent. It was a famous paradise on the boundless continent. However, since the establishment of the 5 great kingdoms on the continent, the eastern capital did not fall behind. Instead, the eastern capital lost its former status as the #1 capital of the continent. Today's eastern capital still had its culture, but it was no longer as glorious as before. Yunsheng and Qi traveled day and night and finally arrived in Dongdu 3 days later, which was 2 days before Duguxiu came to pick up the bride. After passing through the crowded city gate, Yunsheng and Abandon entered Dongdu city. As soon as he entered the city, he saw the announcement board beside the city gate. It was pasted with a big red piece of good news. Abandoned squeezed his way forward. The notice clearly stated, later Qin's crown prince would enter the eastern capital to pick up the bride in 2 days. At that time, the whole city would welcome him together. In order to celebrate such a joyous occasion, the East Emperor, Donghuang Tianqi, specially reduced the taxes for half a year. When the people in the city heard the good news, they all whispered to each other and praised the marriage. Yunsheng, who was in the crowd, also listened carefully. Crown Prince Dugu and the princess are a match made in heaven. Isn't that so? With the eastern capital and later Qin's marriage, our lives will be better. I heard that in order to marry the princess, Crown Prince Dugu brought a total of 66 carriages as betrothal gifts. There were all sorts of things, and all he heard were praises. No matter if it was the people of the eastern capital or the royal family, they all approved of the wedding. Abandoned squeezed through the crowd and walked to a corner of the city wall with Yunxing. It's similar to what the hunting corps heard. In 2 days, later Qin's crown prince would come to pick up the bride. Time is tight, and the eastern capital is so big. How are we going to find Gufeng? Abandoned also asked around. In the past few days, the princess had been in the palace preparing for the wedding. There was nothing strange in the palace. It seemed that Gufeng hadn't found Dong Huangling yet. Let's go to the Hunters Guild first and see if they can find a way to let us see Ling. For a moment, Yunxing didn't know how to find Gufeng. She could only go to the Hunters Guild in the eastern capital first. After arriving at the Hunters Guild in the eastern capital, Yunxing casually took out her guest elder badge. The person in charge of the eastern capital quickly came out to receive her. The people in the Hunters Guild promised Yunxing that they would look for Gufeng in all the inns and restaurants in the city. Yunxing thanked the person in charge of the Hunters Guild and was about to leave with Abandoned. At this time, a man dressed as a civil official walked into the Hunters Guild with a few guards. Seeing this, Yunxing pushed aside and watched coldly with Abandoned. Right, Prime Minister, why are you here? The person in charge of the Hunters Guild respectfully invited the civil official in. It turned out that after the decline of the eastern capital, the 5 major countries had forced the young emperor to reduce the number of troops in the eastern capital. After the princess of the eastern capital got married, the envoys of the other countries and merchants from other countries rushed into the eastern capital. The flow of people in the city increased sharply. The right Prime Minister, who was in charge of public security and government affairs, had no choice but to hire the Hunters Guild. When Yunxing heard this, she knew that this was an opportunity. Yunxing gave the person in charge of the eastern capital a look, indicating that he should go and receive the guests. Yunxing remembered that the short and fat man she met in Tianyi City last time was the left Prime Minister of the eastern capital. She had heard from Dong Huangling that the left Prime Minister of the eastern capital was not a good person. However, unlike the greedy left Prime Minister, the right Prime Minister of the eastern capital was an honest official. He was also the grand tutor of Dong Huang Tianqi, Ling Er's elder brother. Although he was a little pedantic, he had a good relationship with the major forces in the eastern capital. What was more rare was that he still respected the imperial family, which had lost power. As for the left Prime Minister's efforts to promote the marriage between the later Qin and the eastern capital, the upright right Prime Minister had a quarrel with the left Prime Minister in the imperial court. Deacon Yan, I'm here to entrust you with a task regarding the Crown Prince of later Qin's wedding. The right Prime Minister sighed and told the person in charge of the Hunters Guild about the Crown Prince's wedding in a few days. The number of soldiers in the eastern capital was small. When the Donghuang dynasty fell, the original army of 1 million was reduced to 50,000 soldiers. In the past few years, the eastern capital's financial deficit had reduced the regular army by more than 10,000 soldiers. Now, the entire eastern capital, including the imperial guards, only had about 30,000 soldiers. A few days later, the Crown Prince of later Qin would welcome the Crown Prince of later Qin. Before the Crown Prince of later Qin took the princess back to the later Qin, he had to follow the etiquette of the Donghuang dynasty and hold an incense bath for 3 days and 3 nights in the Eastern Temple. At that time, the Eastern Temple had to be strictly guarded both inside and outside. However, the army had been deployed to defend the eastern capital and the imperial palace. As a result, there was no army stationed in the Eastern Temple. The military affairs were originally the responsibility of the left Prime Minister, but he threw the defense this time to the right Prime Minister. The right Prime Minister had no choice. Under the suggestion of his advisor, he thought of the Hunters Guild. Chapter 778. When Yunxing heard this, her heart skipped a beat. This was a great opportunity. She was just worrying about how to sneak in and find Dong Huangling. Yunxing wasn't familiar with the imperial palace in the eastern capital. Now that the princess was getting married, the imperial palace would definitely be heavily guarded. Someone as meticulous as the hidden crown prince would definitely place his spies in the imperial palace. However, Dongzhao Temple was different. That was a place of Buddhism. Even the hidden crown prince or the left minister's men would find it hard to infiltrate. If she could find Dong Huangling there, she would definitely be able to ask about the cause and effect of this matter. Yunxing took the opportunity to walk forward. Lord Right Minister, if you don't mind, can you let us handle this mission? The Lord Right Minister raised his head and his eyes lit up. There was a young man and a young woman standing in front of him. You two are. The Lord Right Minister didn't know that there were such people in the Hunters Guild in the Eastern Capital. The person in charge of the Eastern Capital was also flattered. He didn't expect that Yunxing, the beloved disciple of the guest elder, would be willing to accept such a small mission. However, Yunxing and Qi's willingness to accept this mission from Dongzhao Temple solved a huge problem for the Hunters Guild. Although the Hunters Guild in the Eastern Capital had been established for a long time, due to the Eastern Capital's decline, a large number of hunters went to other countries and even places like the Sky Wings Arena to seek a way out. The hunters left in the Eastern Capital were of average standard. There wasn't a single leader who could take on such a big task as the Crown Prince's escort. In addition, Yunxing was the deputy commander of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. She could deploy a portion of the troops of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. Lord Right Minister, these two are the beloved disciples of the Hunters Guild's elder. This is the deputy commander of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. The one beside her is her senior brother. Speaking of which, it's fate. These two are the same as the princess, students of the continent's magic elite camp. The person in charge of the Eastern Capital introduced them familiarly. The Lord Right Minister looked at them again. The two had outstanding appearances and temperaments. What was even rarer was that the two were wearing specially made mage robes. Right Minister had seen Princess Dong Huangling before. Dong Huangling was also wearing a similar mage robe. From the looks of it, the identities of the two of them were definitely the same. Since he's from the same sect as the princess, that's great. During this period of time, the princess has not stepped out of the house and is very depressed. If it is convenient for the two of you, it would also be good to comfort the princess. In the right side of the political marriage that everyone praised, there was a faint trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. Yunxing looked at him and took the opportunity to ask, "What's wrong? Could it be that the princess is not satisfied with this marriage?" This. The right prime minister hesitated and shook his head. I can only say that as the princess of the Eastern Capital, there are many times when she has no choice. The right prime minister and the person in charge of the Eastern Capital exchanged a few words and then officially announced the mission. Yunxing and Qi would be the leaders, and some hunters from the Eastern Capital would be deployed. Yunxing also specially went to the area around Dongzhao Temple to learn about the terrain and the nearby exits. On one hand, Yunxing was looking for Gufeng. On the other hand, after Gufeng entered the Eastern Capital, he had been thinking of ways to enter the palace and find Dong Huangling. However, Gufeng didn't have the connections that Yunxing did, nor did he know about the Hunters Guild. He was just a commoner, and it was simply impossible for him to enter the palace. Therefore, although Gufeng arrived a few days earlier than Yunxing and the others, he had no way to enter the heavily guarded palace. Seeing that the day when the crown prince of the Qin dynasty would come to pick up the bride was getting closer and closer, Gufeng, this rash kid, finally thought of a way. He heard that on the day when the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, Du Guxiu, came to pick up the bride, according to the customs of the two countries, the fiancé had to bathe and burn incense at the Dongzhou temple in the eastern capital and worship Buddha for 3 days before the wedding ceremony. When Gufing heard the news, he was wild with joy. He secretly sneaked to the vicinity of the Dongzhou temple and bribed a small monk in the temple, waiting for Dong Huangling and Duge Xiu to come. All of this was carried out in an orderly manner. A few days later, Duge Xiu's wedding procession finally entered the eastern capital. 2 days later, Duge Xiu brought 66 carriages of betrothal gifts and entered the eastern capital. All of the commoners in the city lined the streets to welcome them, and wedding blankets were spread out along the way. The crown prince of the Qin dynasty rode his carriage all the way to the eastern capital. On the carriage, Crown Prince Dugu had a handsome nose bridge, a pair of eagle eyes, and a somewhat tall and sturdy figure. Looking at the Qin soldiers beside his carriage, each of them was like a dragon or a tiger. Wherever they passed, their steps were uniform, and they looked very mighty. Such a man formed a sharp contrast with the weak Eastern Emperor. One of the Wuji 5 Annulus, the number 1 crown prince of the Qin dynasty, indeed had an extraordinary aura. In the Wuji continent, the strong were respected, especially in a former powerful capital like the eastern capital. The commoners all hoped for a powerful crown prince who could lead them to the position of a powerful country in the past. Thinking that this person was the future husband of the eastern capital's princess, the commoners tiptoed to look at him, and countless noble ladies spoke out in envy. Outside the palace, the eastern emperor, Donghuang Tianqi, led the civil and military officials to welcome them. Donghuang Ling, the eastern capital's princess, was dressed in luxurious clothes. She had the most exquisite makeup on her face, and her beautiful face looked dignified and elegant. When she and Duge Xiu stood together, they looked like a pair of jade. The fiancé served tea to Empress Dowager Situ and received a bow in front of the civil and military officials. According to the Eastern Emperor dynasty's etiquette, they would go to the Dongzhou temple a few days ago to burn incense and bathe. 3 days later, the official wedding ceremony would be held. The Dongzhou temple was an ancient temple in the eastern capital. The temple was surrounded by bamboo forests, and it was open to the public on normal days. For the wedding ceremony of Crown Prince Dugu and Donghuang Ling, the Dongzhou temple was closed to the public yesterday and no longer welcomed guests. Many checkpoints were set up inside and outside the temple. Even if outsiders had wings, it would be difficult for them to enter. After the fiancé's carriage arrived at the Dongzhou temple, Duge Xiu and Donghuang Ling were separated and were sent to different rooms by the palace's officials. According to the etiquette, the fiancé couldn't see each other in these 3 days. After Duge Xiu got off the carriage, he impatiently took off his ceremonial attire. He was originally a martial artist, and he hated this kind of complicated etiquette the most. Today, after listening to the etiquette officers reciting scriptures, he had been impatient for the entire day. A pair of slippery arms wrapped around Duge Xiu's neck like water snakes, and she whispered into his ear, "Your Highness, I miss you." Duge Xiu didn't wait to turn his head and pulled the woman into his embrace. Madame Qi Bai's face was blushing, and she looked at him lovingly. "You little wench, you are also restless. Didn't I tell you to stay beside the princess and keep an eye on her?" Duge Xiu stretched out his hand and pinched Madame Qi Bai's chin, enjoying the woman's smooth and clean touch. "Isn't it because I miss Crown Prince? Crown Prince is truly heartless. In order to marry Donghuang Ling, he left me alone in the eastern capital." Madame Qi Bai was truly a stunner. Her skin was snow white, and her figure was perfect. Any man who saw her would be infatuated. While complaining, she slid into Duge Xiu's embrace. Chapter 779. Gufing hid himself in Dongzhou temple for several days, and with great difficulty, he finally found Dong Huangling. However, Dong Huangling was dressed like a married woman. Gufeng, who was looking at her from the side, felt very sad. However, he still didn't give up. He waited until late at night, and after confirming that Dong Huangling was alone, he snuck in. When Dong Huangling heard the commotion, she turned her head around mechanically. When she looked at Gufeng, her eyes were calm, and there wasn't the slightest bit of excitement. When she looked at Gufeng, it was as if she was looking at a stranger. "Who are you? You dare to barge into my residence in the middle of the night?" "Ling, what's wrong?" "I am Gufeng." Gufeng was very anxious and wanted to go up and explain himself. "Don't come over, otherwise, I will call for help." Dong Huangling was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. "Ling, don't be agitated. What's wrong with you? I am here to look for you. You cannot marry the crown prince of Later Qin. He is not a good person." Gufeng was able to tell that there was something wrong with Dong Huangling. However, looking at her appearance, she was indeed the Ling that he yearned for day and night. Gufeng didn't notice anything wrong with Dong Huangling. He only thought that she was forced to pretend that she didn't know him. When Gufeng was pretending to be a little monk in Dongzhou Temple, when Duguxiu and Dong Huangling's carriage arrived at the temple, he also saw the crown prince of Later Qin, Duguxiu. Gufeng was also intimidated by Duguxiu's aura. He also secretly felt that Duguxiu was the most suitable person for Dong Huangling. Just when Gufeng was about to give up and bid farewell to Dong Huangling for the last time, he unexpectedly saw Madame Qi by walking into Duguxiu's room. Not long later, ambiguous sounds came from the room. Although Gufeng didn't know much about the matters between men and women, when he heard the sounds, he knew what was going on inside. Duguxiu actually had an affair with another woman on the eve of his wedding with Ling. How could such a man be a good match for Dong Huangling? Gufeng was infuriated. If it weren't for the fact that he still had some rationality left, he would have rushed in and argued with Duguxiu. Fortunately, Gufeng's wisdom had matured over the past few years, and he knew that he shouldn't be impulsive. His mind was filled with thoughts of telling Dong Huangling about this matter and bringing her away from this place. Nonsense. Crown Prince Dugu is a man of striking appearance, a dragon among men. The two of us are a match made in heaven. Dong Huangling has said. Ling, wake up. Don't be deceived by that brat's flowery words. Gufeng anxiously went forward and pulled Dong Huangling. Dong Huangling was startled and revealed an extremely disgusted expression. "Guards, there's an assassin." The temple was quiet and secluded. Dong Huangling's shout could be heard clearly within several li of the temple. Right at this moment, Duguxiu and Madame Qi Bai arrived outside the house. Hearing the commotion, the two of them promptly kicked the door open and entered. Audacious! Where did this assassin come from? To actually dare to barge into Princess's room at night. Duguxiu looked over and saw a simple and honest-looking man pulling Dong Huangling. I am not an assassin. I am Ling's senior brother, Gufeng. I am a student of the continent's magic elite camp. Gufeng's face and ears turned red. He still wanted to explain. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ling. Your Highness, do you know this person? Madame Qi Bai pursed her lips and smiled. Gufeng. Isn't that the infatuated brat who wrote a letter to Dong Huangling? Unfortunately, his infatuation was misplaced. At this moment, not to mention a foolish brat who had an unrequited love for Dong Huangling, even if her biological father were to stand in front of her, Dong Huangling wouldn't be able to recognize him. I don't know him. Dong Huangling coldly spat out those words, causing Gu Feng to feel as if he had fallen into a cold cave. Ling er. Gu Feng shouted painfully. Drag him out and kill him. Du Guxiu ordered. Hearing the word kill, a trace of hesitation flashed past Dong Huang Ling er's empty eyes. Wait, Dong Huang Ling er looked at Gu Feng. She didn't know this man, but when Du Guxiu said that he was going to kill him, she felt a throbbing pain in her head, and she couldn't help but hug her head. Don't kill him, my head hurts. Dong Huang Ling er's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this, Du Guxiu gave Madame Qi Bai a glance. Madame Qi Bai understood and pretended to be concerned. Your Highness, what happened to you? Man, this assassin must have scared the princess. Drag him out and kill him. Hearing the chaotic sounds beside her ears, Dong Huang Ling became even more flustered. She wanted to say something, but Madame Qi Bai, who was beside her, used her hand to tightly hold on to her hand. Ling just what did you all do to Ling Gu Feng also realized that there was something wrong with Ling Later Qin's soldiers were like wolves and tigers as they pounced toward Gu Feng. Only then did Gu Feng come back to his senses. At this moment of crisis, the experience that he had gained from the Heaven's Wings arena came into play. Gu Feng realized that he was, after all, a student from the continent's elite camp. He chanted and released the sphere of light that he was most proficient in. Once the sphere of light was released, those martial artists seemed to have bumped into an invisible wall and were bounced back. Tisk, it's actually a light magician. Looks like you really are from the continent's magic elite camp. Du Guxiu showed some interest. He looked at Dong Huang Ling thoughtfully, then looked at the fearless Gu Feng. It's good that you know. Let me tell you, if you know what's good for you, then let Ling go. The continent's magic elite camp isn't to be trifled with. My teacher and other companions will be here very soon. People have quick wits. Gu Feng usually wasn't very smart, but now, he was. Gu Feng was already regretting his actions. If he had known that he would encounter tonight's predicament, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't have rashly left the continent's magic elite camp. Right now, he really hoped that Yunsheng or Abandoned were by his side. With their quick-wittedness, they would definitely think of a way to escape with Ling Hee, Your Highness, this little magician is really interesting. He's clearly so scared that his legs are weak, yet he's still stubbornly holding on. Madame Qi Bai laughed. She had already seen through Gu Feng's lies. Du Guxiu shook his head and sighed. Kid, you're called Gu Feng, right? Your light magic is pretty good, but unfortunately, in this prince's eyes, it's worthless. Seeing that you're the princess senior, I'll spare your life. Get out of Dongzhou Temple, and this prince will treat tonight's matter as if it never happened. A sky-rank light magician was extremely rare, even in the continent's magic elite camp. Killing Gu Feng wasn't a big deal, but if they offended the continent's magic elite camp, then it was unnecessary. Not to mention, Dongzhou Temple was the eastern capital's Buddhist holy land. If they were to kill someone here, if it were to fall into the ears of the eastern capital's right chief minister and that group of old pedantic people, it would definitely become a topic of gossip. If you want me to leave, then hand over Ling You already have a woman, why are you still clinging on to Ling Gu Feng looked at Madame Qi Bai who was at the side. Looking at her charming appearance, if Ling were to marry him in the future, she would definitely fall out of favor. Thinking of this, Gu Feng became even more determined to take Ling away. Chapter 780. Stubborn. Du Guxiu didn't want to waste any more words. Du Guxiu's left and right fists shook as he casually swung his fists. Popping sounds could be heard from the bones in his body. The power of his fists instantly caused the air to explode. Dugashio didn't move, but his voice was already heard. His power was terrifying. Dugashio's warrior realm was more than 10 times stronger than those warriors in the continent's warriors' elite camp. Hearing this, Gufeng's eyebrows twitched. He knew that he wasn't Dugashio's opponent. However, when he thought of Dong Huangling, he resisted the urge to run away. Gufeng circulated the magic power in his body and continuously strengthened the light sky sphere. Dugashio's body flashed past like a shuttle. A strong gust of wind rushed towards Gufeng's light sky sphere. The fist wind turned into a black tiger with slanted eyes that roared furiously in mid-air, charging straight at Gufeng's heavenly light sphere. The black tiger opened its bloody mouth and bit onto the light sky sphere. Bang! Gufeng's light sky sphere was hit by the gust of wind. After shaking twice, it exploded. After Gufeng learned the light sky sphere, although he couldn't attack, he was invincible in terms of defense. However, who would have thought that the light sky sphere that he was so proud of would be broken by Dugashio's punch? While he was shocked, he had already lost his protection. Dugashio's second punch was already following him like a shadow, arriving in an instant. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard from outside. A guard shouted for help. Not good, the crown prince's house is on fire. Immediately after, a burst of fire could be heard from outside the house. Numerous thunder-like explosions could be heard from the neighboring houses. The monks in the Dongzhao temple panicked and hurriedly ran out of the courtyard. In an instant, the peaceful Dongzhao temple was like a pot of boiling porridge. It was a mess. Seeing this, Dugashio no longer had the heart to kill Gufeng. He grabbed Gufeng and threw him to the guard. Look after him. A group of guards rushed in from outside. Your Highness, there are a few assassins outside. They are quite skilled. Hearing this, Dugashio frowned and rushed out of the house with a few people. Madame Chi Bai dragged Dong Huangling, who had a stupefied expression, and rushed out. Gufeng was escorted to the courtyard by several guards. When he saw the fire, he suddenly grinned. Yunsheng and Gufeng must have come to save him. Ling could be saved. As long as Yunsheng arrived, there would be a way to save Ling At this moment, the temple was in chaos. Dugashio rushed into his courtyard with a few armored guards. The courtyard, which was still in good condition a quarter of an hour ago, was now in ruins. Flames were everywhere. Dugashio's personal luggage and some clothes were all placed in the house. The fire was not an ordinary fire. No matter how the imperial bodyguards and monks poured water on it, they could not put it out. Under the moonlight and starry sky, two masked mages in black robes stood in the dark night. They stood in the air, and the magic wings on their backs were very obvious. In the small Dongzhao temple of the eastern capital, two sky mages had come in one night. This in itself was a very unusual thing. According to Dugashio's knowledge, even in the entire East Imperial dynasty, there might not be two sky mages. The light from the soul stones on the magic scepters in the hands of these two mages had yet to extinguish. A cluster of dazzling fireballs hit the house of the Dongzhao temple. Who are you? How dare you invade the crown prince's residence of the later Qin dynasty? Dugashio condensed a pair of ducky wings behind his back. He jumped up and fought against the two sky mages in the sky. These two sky mages were dressed as assassins. They used layers of black cloth to cover their faces. Dugashio could not recognize their faces at all. He could not even tell their genders. After hearing Dugashio's question, the male mage who was standing on the left and was emitting wind magic element said, Dugashio, you are the one I am looking for. As he spoke, he attacked Dugashio with several magic spells. Poison. Dugashio's gaze turned cold. This mage's magic spells were very special. They all contained poison. Duguxiu stopped abruptly. The Duki around him formed a natural barrier to block the poisonous gas. However, the male mage's intention was not Duguxiu. In the blink of an eye, he cast several more magic spells and poisoned many of the guards on the ground. When the male mage attacked, the mage on his right had already attacked the ground. With a beautiful freezing spell, he froze the two male warriors who were holding Gu Feng into ice piles. You want to save someone? That's easy. Duguxiu snorted and suddenly pushed out with his palm. In the air, a wave of Do Qi rose like a rising tide and swept toward the male mage like a whirlwind. The male mage hurriedly used ground escape and barely dodged Duguxiu's attack. After Duguxiu got rid of the male mage, he swooped down and hit the other mage with his palm. At this moment, a gust of night wind blew. Duguxiu approached the mage, and a very comfortable fragrance faintly wafted from the mage's body. For some reason, Duguxiu's heart skipped a beat. He narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the assassin mage. The mage's robe was very loose, and he couldn't see his figure. His face was also covered very well. Only a small part of his neck and a small part of his face were exposed. However, the half of his face that was exposed shone like snow in the dark night. This kind of fair skin was different from the later Qin concubines like Madame Qi Bai. It wasn't smeared with powder. It was a kind of clean and tender white that men couldn't bear to part with. Then there were her eyes. Eyes! Duguxiu's body couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, he recognized the identity of the assassin mage. Such intelligence with a bit of purity, like a pool of autumn water. A pair of clear eyes with a bit of a woman's charm. Who else could it be other than her? Yunsheng. His anger was swallowed by ecstasy in an instant. Duguxiu had already retracted his palm by half an inch and brushed it across Yunsheng's chest. This action of retracting and brushing seemed casual. However, only someone with Duguxiu's skills could do it. One must know that martial artists were different from mages. Martial artists' battle energy was incomparably fierce. Even if it didn't touch the body, it was enough to destroy rocks and split gold. To be able to retract and release battle energy freely, and to have a bit of flexibility amidst the fierceness, one had to be at least a martial emperor expert. Yunsheng originally wanted abandon to stall Duguxiu for the time being. After she saved Gu Feng and Dong Huangling, she would think of a way to escape. She didn't expect that after not seeing Duguxiu for a few years, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds to such a level. His speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. Yunsheng was shocked. Because of this shock, her chest was about to be touched by Duguxiu. Duguxiu's eyes were filled with evil. However, he could clearly see the trace of embarrassment and anger in Yunsheng's eyes. The corner of Duguxiu's lips twitched, and there was a bit of ridicule. Chapter 781. Duguxiu noticed the anger in Yunsheng's eyes. His lips curled up, and his smile widened. When his palm landed, Duguxiu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was it hard? It turned out that in a split second, a dazzling golden figure had blocked in front of Duguxiu, ruining the mood. Tycoon Jean, stop him. Yunsheng ordered, and Tycoon Jean tangled with Duguxiu. There was another person. Duguxiu had seen clearly that Yunsheng and her accomplice were only two people. He didn't sense the aura of a third person. Where did this person come from? Duguxiu didn't know that Tycoon Jean wasn't even human, so how could he have any aura? Tonight was a coincidence. Yunsheng and Abandon used the identity of Hunter's Guild guards to patrol Dongzhao Temple. After finding out where Ling Er's house was, they planned to investigate it secretly. Who knew that they would bump into Gufeng and Duguxiu? In a hurry, Yunsheng and Abandon could only take the risk of a night attack to lure Duguxiu out. Yunsheng had been warned by Yi Baiming earlier, so she had been careful. She knew that it would be difficult for her and Abandon to save Ling and Gufeng, so she ordered Tycoon Jean to hide in the dark. Once they confronted Duguxiu, they would catch him off guard and attack him. However, Yunsheng didn't expect that the other party would see through her and Duguxiu's identities. When Duguxiu saw that Tycoon Jean had ruined his plans, he was enraged. He wanted nothing more than to split this assassin in half with a single palm strike. Since the other party wasn't Yunsheng, he wouldn't be merciful. His attacks immediately changed, and he attacked Tycoon Jin's vital points. He thought that he could kill the other party in a few moves. Who knew that after exchanging a few moves, Duguxiu suddenly realized that this bodyguard, with a blurred face and a strange robe, was very difficult to deal with. Moreover, even if his opponent was swept by his Do Qi, he would be able to recover quickly. Duguxiu was entangled with Tycoon Jean. How could the guards on the ground be a match for Yunsheng and Abandon? The two of them were like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, killing many guards. When Qi saw that Madame Qi Bai was holding Ling hostage, he ordered her to hand her over. Madame Qi Bai covered her mouth and chuckled, "If you want to save someone, you have to get past me first." A crimson-red snake slithered out from her sleeves and pierced towards Abandon's wrist like an arrow. The crimson snake was extremely fast and its teeth contained a strong poison. Even if a martial sage was bitten, his entire body would immediately fester and turn into a puddle of rotten water. Madame Qi Bai had already used this method to kill quite a few enemies. She originally thought that once she bit down, that male mage assassin would definitely fall to the ground and die. Who would have thought that the other party was completely undecided? The scarlet snake bit his hand, and the latter reached out with his finger and caught the small snake in his hand. Courting death. A cold glint flashed past the eyes of the male mage. The small crimson snake was clamped into two by him. Madame Qi Bai was so scared that she retreated a few steps. Using this chance, Abandon snatched Ling over. On the other side, Yunsheng had already saved Gufeng. The courtyard was brightly lit, and many archers holding heavy crossbows were on standby, aiming at Yunsheng and the others. These archers were all personally trained by Duguxiu. Their bows and arrows were specially made with the bones of demonic beasts, and the arrowheads of each arrow were coated with poison. As long as Duguxiu gave the order, these archers would immediately turn into a hornet's nest. They were the best tools to kill assassins. However, Duguxiu didn't give the order. Even when the four of them disappeared in the fluctuation of magic, the archers could only wait. "Crown Prince, why did you let that assassin go?" Madame Qi Bai was extremely anxious. He could obviously kill those assassins, so why didn't he give the order? Also, when he was fighting with that thin and weak mage just now, why did the Crown Prince suddenly retreat? Madame Qi Bai knew Duguxiu's skills the best. That assassin just now, although his magic was a bit tricky, with Duguxiu's current strength, it was enough for him to capture the assassin within 3 moves. Moreover, Duguxiu also let people save Dong Huangling. This was completely unlike Duguxiu's style of doing things. Duguxiu remained silent, and his gaze was still fixed on the place where the four of them disappeared. Send people to seal off the news. No one is allowed to spread the news of the princess going missing. Duguxiu's eyes couldn't help but be covered with a thick layer of darkness. Does Dong Huangling still have the snake parasite that you planted in her body? Duguxiu asked in a deep voice. Yes, as long as this slave activates the snake parasite, she will listen to my control. Crown Prince, are we going to kill those assassins who don't know what's good for them? Just now, Madame Qi Bai didn't go head-to-head with those mages, because she was confident in finding Dong Huangling. Immediately send people to find the left prime minister. Duge Xiu noticed that Yunsheng and the others were very familiar with the layout of the temple. Moreover, the timing of Yunsheng's appearance tonight was too coincidental. Yunsheng was a citizen of Zhou State, so it was impossible for her to be so familiar with the Dongzhao Temple in the eastern capital. Someone must have cooperated with her from the inside. After the left prime minister got the news, he climbed down from the bed of his favorite concubine and hurried over. Your Highness, I heard that there were assassins. Who set up the defense of the Dongzhao Temple? Duge Xiu was sure that Yunsheng and the others were definitely still in the eastern capital. The right prime minister invited people from the Hunters Guild to set up the defense. Your Highness, you suspect that the assassins tonight were done by the right prime minister and the Hunters Guild. After the left prime minister heard this, he hurriedly sent people to investigate. These damn assassins are really bold. They even dared to kidnap the princess. Your Highness, don't worry. Even if I have to turn the whole eastern capital upside down, I will catch these assassins and cut them into pieces, the left prime minister vowed solemnly. He had thought that the princess's marriage was already settled. Who would have thought that a group of assassins would appear halfway? Don't hurt them. I want them alive. Duge Xiu's words surprised the left prime minister and Madame Qi Bai. Madame Qi Bai and the left prime minister looked at each other. This was not like the Dark Crown Prince's style. It should be known that anyone who offended the Dark Crown Prince would end up in a miserable state. Especially the assassins. The last assassin who tried to assassinate Duge Xiu was cut into pieces and fed to the demon beasts. Or could it be that this group of people had some special background? However, the left prime minister did not dare to ask Duge Xiu even if he had 10 times the courage of a leopard. The left prime minister searched the whole city that night. Neither the right prime minister's mansion nor the Hunters Guild found any news about the princess, Gufeng, and the others. Those people seemed to have disappeared from the world. There was no trace of them in the inns, restaurants, or houses. The left prime minister had no choice but to secretly release the news and order the whole city to be locked down. They had to find the princess and the others within 3 days, which was the time for bathing and burning incense. Chapter 782. While the entire eastern capital was in chaos, Gu Feng was anxiously waiting in Donghuangling-er's bedroom in the eastern capital's royal palace. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. When Yunsheng and the others left Dongzhao Temple, they initially wanted to use the Hunters Guild's power to hide. But at the last moment, Yunsheng chose to turn back and sneak into the eastern capital's imperial palace. Donghuangling-er was in Dongzhao Temple, and there were only 2 maids in her palace. Yunsheng easily used the corpse puppet technique to subdue those maids. Hiding in the palace, they managed to avoid the frantic search of the left minister and the others. Yunsheng checked and found that Donghuangling-er's appearance was very strange. Although she could speak and move, her eyes were empty, and she couldn't recognize Gufeng. She was obviously being controlled by someone. Yunsheng also tried to use the corpse puppet technique to control Ling-er, but she found that Ling-er didn't have any reaction to her corpse puppet technique. Yunsheng couldn't figure out the reason for this phenomenon. At this moment, Tyrant Jean was guarding outside and sneaking into the imperial palace to gather information. In the palace, only Yunsheng, Gufeng, and the maids who used to serve Donghuangling were left. Yunsheng used the corpse puppet technique to interrogate the maids, and she roughly knew what happened. According to the maids, when Ling-er just returned to the imperial palace, everything was normal. But ever since that day, when she was sent back by Madame Qi Bai, something was wrong. Donghuangling-er also ignored the maids who were close to her, and spent all her time with that woman called Madame Qi Bai. The strangest thing was that ever since that day, Dong Huangling accepted the arrangement and agreed to marry Du Guxiu. It must be that woman called Qi Bai who did this. She is very evil, and she and Du Guxiu are a pair of adulterers. Seeing Ling Er's wooden appearance, Gufeng felt sour in his heart. Calm down. I'll think of something. It was the first time that Yunxing had encountered such a thorny problem. She had also tried to get the little elven queen to heal Dong Huanglinger. However, the elven clan's healing techniques were completely useless against Dong Huanglinger's current condition. The treatment came to a standstill. Qi soon brought back news that Minister Zhua and his men had turned the entire eastern capital upside down, searching from house to house. What they said to the public was not that the princess was missing, but that a thief had sneaked into the Dongzhao temple last night and stolen important property. It seemed unrealistic to leave Dongdu in a few days. Yunxing and the others could only stay in the palace for the time being. On one hand, they were waiting for Yunxing to find out the cause of Dong Huanglinger's illness. On the other hand, they hoped that the search would end as soon as possible. Yunxing and the others were hiding in the imperial palace. Prime Minister Zhou searched for them, but he couldn't find any clues. Du Guxiu's temper was getting worse and worse. On the evening of the second day, the left prime minister still had a bitter face as he went to find Madame Qi Bai. What's wrong? You still can't find her. Madame Qi Bai had a leisurely look on her face. Madam, you have to save me this time. If this continues, the crown prince will peel off my old skin sooner or later. Prime Minister Zhou wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Prime Minister Zhou, why are you so worried? Actually, it's not hard to find the princess. After tonight, you will be able to find the princess's whereabouts. Madame Qi Bai smiled. Hearing this, Prime Minister Zhou couldn't help but smile. Madam, could it be that you have a method? Why didn't you say it earlier? This method can only be used after tonight. It's useless to say it earlier. Madame Qi Bai said with a smile. Prime Minister Zhou, every 24 hours, the princess must take a special kind of pill that I specially made. If she doesn't take the pill, she will lose control and kill the people around her. Hearing this, Prime Minister Zhou said, Madam, did you tell the Crown Prince about this? His Highness seems to want to capture those assassins alive. If the Crown Prince finds out that you made this decision without his permission, I'm afraid that he won't be happy. Madame Qi Bai's smile faded bit by bit. Why? Do you think that the Crown Prince will blame me for the death of a few insignificant assassins? Prime Minister Zhou hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. I'm just thinking for you. Madame Qi Bai sneered in her heart. As a woman, how could she not feel that the Crown Prince's attitude towards the assassins this time was very unusual? Especially the assassin who had fought with him earlier. Although she didn't see the face clearly, Madame Qi Bai was sure that the assassin must be a woman. Moreover, it was a very beautiful woman. Therefore, although she had a way to find out the whereabouts of those assassins tonight, she didn't want to inform the Crown Prince. In the middle of the night, Madame Qi Bai sent her servants away. She sat down cross-legged and took out a small and delicate flute from her bosom. The flute looked very special. It was only the length of a finger and was entirely green. Madame Qi Bai gently blew the flute. A very strange sound came from the flute. This kind of sound was not very obvious at night. Madame Qi Bai blew the flute 3 times before putting it down. In her mind, a scene appeared. They are actually hiding in the imperial palace. These assassins are quite smart. Madame Qi Bai sneered. Yunxing and the others who were hiding in the imperial palace began their daily meditation as usual. Outside the palace, Tycoon Jean was keeping watch. After Dong Huangling's consciousness became muddled, she was very quiet most of the time. Therefore, Yunsheng and the others didn't pay too much attention to her. Around midnight, Dong Huangling, who had been sitting there all this time, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She quietly took out her magic scepter and walked towards Yunsheng and the others who were meditating. If one were to carefully observe her eyes, they would discover that her eyes were different from usual. Her eyes were emitting a faint green light. Her gaze slowly moved from the three people who were meditating, and finally, her gaze landed on Yunsheng's face. When she saw Yunsheng's appearance, Dong Huangling, whose consciousness was completely controlled by Madame Qi Bai, revealed the same jealousy as Madame Qi Bai. Madame Qi Bai was a very beautiful and enchanting woman. When she saw Duge Xiu for the first time, she had already fallen in love with him. At the same time, she also understood Duge Xiu very well. This man was cold and emotionless. He was a man who could accomplish great things. He would not be moved by any woman. Therefore, even though she knew that Duge Xiu was going to marry Dong Huangling, Madame Qi Bai didn't mind it. However, after she met Yunsheng, her initial confidence began to waver. This female mage, just by sitting there quietly, was enough to attract everyone's attention. No wonder Duge Xiu would lose his composure earlier. This woman must be killed. The magic scepter in Dong Huangling's hand shone with magical radiance. She raised the magic scepter and aimed it at Yunsheng's head. Chapter 783. Dong Huangling raised her magic scepter, and a purple lightning bolt was about to strike down. At this moment, the little snake, Little Green, who had been meditating at the side, sensed that something was amiss and stuck its head out from under Abandon's sleeve. With a "pu" sound, Little Green's body shot towards Dong Huangling. Little Green bit onto Dong Huangling's hand. Ah! Dong Huangling let out a scream. The magic was interrupted. The three people who were still immersed in their meditation opened their eyes alertly. Abandon, quickly let go of Little Green's hand. Seeing Dong Huangling in such a state, Gu Feng's heart ached. Little Green wouldn't attack people for no reason. Must have done something just now. Little Green, who was raised by Abandon, was very intelligent. It recognized a few of Abandon's good friends. Hearing Abandon's command, Little Green stopped biting and obediently climbed onto Abandon's shoulder. Little Green stuck out its tongue, as if it was telling Abandon what happened. Little Green said that just now, suddenly wanted to do something to Yunsheng. That's why it bit her. After hearing what Little Green said, Abandon held on to his magic scepter and stared at Dong Huangling with vigilance. Little Green's teeth carried poison. Those who were bitten by it would be paralyzed and lose their ability to move. The three of them only knew that Tycoon Jean was keeping watch outside. They didn't expect that Dong Huangling would suddenly do something. I didn't expect that you all still have a trick up your sleeves. Dong Huangling raised her head. On her face, there was an enchanting smile. It was completely different from the usual Dong Huangling. She's not Ling. Yunsheng was on guard. You're the woman beside Duge Xiu. You're quite smart. No wonder the Crown Prince cares so much about you. Under the astonished gazes of the three people, Dong Huangling stood up gracefully. Little Green's poison didn't have any effect on her. As Dong Huangling spoke, she sized up Yunsheng with a gaze as if she was examining an opponent. When she saw Yunsheng's spirited black eyes, her face darkened. What a pair of bewitching eyes! No wonder Duge Xiu hadn't come to look for her these few days. His soul must have been bewitched by this fox-like woman. Yunxing also sensed that the Donghuangling in front of her was Duge Xiu's concubine. None of her words and actions were Donghuangling What was going on? Yunxing had already checked earlier. This was indeed Ling and she was not under any magic illusion. You shameless woman. What did you do to Ling Gu Feng's heart ached when he saw his beloved being controlled by someone else. TSK, are you feeling heartache for her? Then, how about you help me kill that girl beside you, and I'll let her go, allowing the two of you to live together forever. Donghuangling said with ill intentions. You're dreaming. Yunxing and Ling are good friends. She definitely won't let Yunxing get hurt. Gu Feng was both anxious and angry. Then, there's nothing I can do. If you don't do it, I can only do it to your beloved. Donghuangling unhurriedly took out a small dagger. What are you planning to do? Gu Feng and Yunxing both became nervous. Donghuangling raised her hand and used the dagger to cut her wrist. Immediately, blood flowed out. Did you see that? If you don't do it, I'll cut the princess bit by bit. I won't feel any pain no matter what. You crazy woman. Gu Feng was unable to restrain his anger. He acted as if he was going to go up and fight with Donghuangling Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll immediately cut your throat, and your beloved will lose her life. Donghuangling's face was sinister. She knew that Gu Feng wouldn't dare to take the risk and harm Donghuangling's life. Seeing that the two sides were in a deadlock, Yunxing thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "All right, I can use my life to exchange for Ling's life." Yunxing. Qi frowned and stopped Yunxing. It's fine. Yunxing nodded at Qi. Donghuangling's expression was a bit flattered. She didn't expect that there would actually be someone stupid enough to use her own life to exchange for her friend's life. This woman is really stupid. She really doesn't know. Could it be that the crown prince is only interested in her appearance? You can't expect me to kill myself, right? Do it. Yunxing spread out her hands, and there wasn't a trace of fear on her face. You guys, don't stop her. Donghuangling was skeptical. She first asked Yunxing to put down her magic scepter, then walked forward step by step. Only when she was only 2 to 3 steps away from Yunxing did Donghuangling finally relax. At such a distance, even if she chanted a magic spell, it would be too late. Go and die, stupid woman. Donghuangling's dagger was aimed at Yunxing's throat. Bang! Donghuangling was sent flying, and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground. A golden figure moved like lightning and blocked the fatal stab. It was that mysterious bodyguard again. Previously, when he fought with the Dark Prince, he was very skilled. He came and went without a trace, and it was impossible to find where he was hiding. Donghuangling still wanted to struggle and snatch back that dagger, but she was pressed to the ground by Tycoon Jean. Damn brat, you dare to play tricks. I will make you all regret it. Donghuangling grinned malevolently, then fiercely bit down on her tongue. Tycoon Jin's eyes were sharp, and he quickly stuffed his hand into Donghuangling's mouth. Donghuangling felt that her teeth were almost crushed. The hand in her mouth wasn't a human hand at all. Just what kind of monster is this? Donghuangling was stunned. Yunxing, little Qing told me that Ling might have been poisoned by a snake-venomous insect. Qi, who was observing from the side, suddenly said. Donghuangling's situation was very special. She wasn't poisoned by a venomous insect, nor was it an illusion. Just when the few of them were at a loss, Chi finally got some clues from little Qing. What is a snake-venomous insect? Yunxing had never heard of such a special venomous insect technique in the boundless continent. That's right, Qi, quickly tell us, how do we cure this venomous insect? Gu Feng looked at Dong Huangling's appearance, and his heart felt sour, so he begged Qi. Yunxing noticed that when Qi mentioned the snake-venomous insect, a trace of panic flashed past the eyes of Dong Huangling, who was originally very restless on the ground. Don't be anxious, let me ask little Qing again. Qi and little Qing communicated for a while, and finally understood what the snake-venomous insect was. Yunxing asked Tycoon Jean to let go of her first. I have something to ask her. After hearing what little Qing said, Qi's expression became serious. He walked to the front of Dong Huangling and looked down at her. Tycoon Jean let go of Dong Huangling but he used his qi to bind her 4 limbs, making her unable to struggle. If I didn't guess wrongly, you should be a descendant of the Baoshi tribe, right? Qi stared at Dong Huangling Chapter 784. A descendant of the 8 Desolates. A member of the Ba Serpent clan. Yunxing and Gu Feng did not expect that the enchanting woman beside Du Guxiu was actually a descendant of the 8 Desolates. Although she tried her best to hide it, it was undeniable that Dong Huangling's expression became unnatural when she heard the name Ba Serpent. I don't know what you're talking about. What Ba Serpent? In the mainland, the descendants of the 8 Desolates were always kept a secret. Once it was proven that Madame Qi Bai was a descendant of the 8 Desolates, what awaited her would be the pursuit of all the strong people in the boundless mainland. You don't have to deny it. Ling He was indeed poisoned by a snake goo. It is a very special living goo. Only the descendants of the Ba Serpent clan, who are descendants of the 8 Desolates, know about it. If little Qing did not mention it, she would not have known about the existence of such a goo. Every descendant of the Ba Serpent, regardless of gender, would feed a female snake with their blood when they were born. It would take 10 years for this type of female snake to reach adulthood. After reaching adulthood, the female snake would lay a snake egg every other year. The descendants of the Ba Serpent could use this type of snake egg to poison people. When the poisoned person swallowed the snake egg, they would be fine as long as they consumed the blood pill made from the blood of the Ba Serpent clan's descendants. The snake egg would not hatch. However, if the poisoned person did not consume the blood pill within 24 hours, the small snakes in the snake egg would hatch by themselves due to the lack of nutrients. Once the snake egg hatched, it would slowly devour the person's consciousness. After 72 hours, if the person still could not find a way to cure the poison, the person's consciousness would be completely devoured by the small snakes. In the end, the person would become a puppet under the control of the master of the poison. Damn it! You actually poisoned Ling He. Gu Feng angrily grabbed Madame Qi Bai. Kid, who are you? You even know about the secret of the Ba Serpent clan. Dong Huangling did not deny it. Qi was telling the truth. However, so what if he knew? Knowing about the snake goo did not mean he could neutralize it. Gu Feng, now is not the time to be excited. The most important thing is to find a way to save Ling He. Yunsheng was not familiar with the Bahuang clan's special goo method. If Madame Qi Bai did not agree, once the 72-hour passed, Ling He would really be beyond saving. Dream on. Let me tell you, other than me, no one can save this girl. Also, don't even think about extorting a confession. Otherwise, the one who will suffer will be the princess. I advise you all to obediently send the princess back to the crown prince's side. Dong Huangling laughed. Even if Abandon knew the origin of the snake venom, he would never know how to neutralize it. Yunsheng, it's very difficult to neutralize the snake venom. The host needs to control the female snake to summon the little snake that's hiding in the victim's body. Abandon didn't have any ideas either. Abandon, did you just say something about summoning? Is the little snake in Ling Er's body also a demonic beast? Yunsheng's eyes lit up. It seemed like the snake venom was similar to the summoning of demonic beasts. It's a demonic beast. Yunsheng, what do you want to do? Abandon didn't understand why Yunsheng would ask such a question. Since it's a demonic beast, then it's simple. You all go and guard outside first. I will try to find the little snake. Yunsheng had a face full of confidence. Gu Feng was still a little doubtful. Yunsheng, why don't you send Ling Er back? I don't want her to suffer. Gu Feng, you still don't believe me. Don't worry, go and guard outside. I promise that before dawn, I will return you a lively Ling Er. Yunsheng's confidence infected Gu Feng. He nodded and walked out of the door with abandon. Stupid girl, do you think you can find the little snake? Let me tell you, other than me, no one else can find the little snake. Even if you cut the princess open, you still won't be able to find it. Donghuang Ling Er's face was also filled with confidence. However, in the next moment, Donghuang Ling Er's face revealed a shocked expression. Because she saw that Yunsheng took out a ring and wore it on her finger. That was a ring that only summoners would have. You are a summoner. Donghuang Ling Er shouted out. Madame Qi Bai had always thought that Yunsheng was only a mage. But she was actually a summoner. Toward summoners, the Ba Huang tribe had always had a very complicated feeling. Because, although the Ba Huang tribe had already transformed into human form, their ancestors were demonic beasts. Summoners were the group of people that demonic beasts feared and hated the most. No wonder she would ask if the little snake was a demonic beast just now. As long as it was a demonic beast, summoners would be able to contract and enslave it. The fear only lasted for a short while. Donghuang Ling mocked, so what if you are a summoner? The little snake has already been enslaved by me. It is impossible for you to contract it. As a top-notch demonic beast, Bakra orcs, although Madame Qi Bai was not a summoner, she was still able to use her demonic beast's aura to enslave a large number of snakes. This kind of enslavement, compared to a summoner's contract, was obviously inferior. Most of the demonic beasts that summoners could contract were ownerless demonic beasts. Of course, some extremely powerful summoners were also able to contract demonic beasts that had already been contracted. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the summoner who was able to contract demonic beasts must have extremely high summoning abilities. Also, their own soul must be strong enough to withstand the backlash from another summoner. Madame Qi Bai had already hidden in the boundless world for many years. Most of the famous summoners in the world were from the Zhao state. Even if there were some freelance summoners, their abilities would definitely not reach the level where they could contract her demonic beasts. Whether I can contract it or not, I will know once I try. Yunsheng curled her lips, and there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. If it was in the past, she really did not have the confidence to contract demonic beasts. However, everything was different after she entered the Celestial Fox tomb and accidentally obtained the corpse puppet technique of the Celestial Fox people Long Fox Yen. Yunsheng's summoner's standard had already increased greatly because of the corpse puppet technique and the increase in the abilities of the demonic beasts under her command. Now, even if she faced a commander-level demonic beast, she could still contract it successfully without using the summoning demon hand. If she used the summoning demon hand, she was even confident that she could contract a king-level demonic beast. She, Yunsheng, did not even care about a mere little snake that was enslaved by the Ba Serpent clan. A summoning magic array enveloped Donghuang Ling Er. As the light of this magic array became brighter and brighter, Yunxing's pupils slowly changed. Her chanting also became faster and faster. Initially, Dong Huangling, who was trapped, still had some disdain. However, as the magic waves of the magic array became stronger and stronger, a bone-chilling fear emerged from the bottom of her heart. Thanks to the few people in the group who helped me catch the bugs. This article is guaranteed to be at least 8,000. Most of the chapters are basically tipped with tickets. There will be more chapters in the future. I am so busy at the end of the year, so I will take a break this month.